Morning, everybody. Oh, Ambient, please stop with Bo Nix. Can he play a month in the NFL
He
like
said,
real?
did you get his jersey? He sent a tweet to us with his jersey of the Bo Nix.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Sorry, Ambient. Just God, the Broncos need to win. You guys are so.
No, I hate to tell you, you two make me root against him because you're convinced he's going to the Hall of Fame, and I think that's a little overzealous. Well, Linked Up Communications isn't answering this morning.
Oh.
So let's just hope that connection thing is correct. Says we're connected. That's all I can do. Give him one last shot. Austin, Mark Miller in Florida. I'm calling way late. I apologize. Just making sure you got us down the line. Great, Austin. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
I called much earlier, but you didn't pick up.
All right. Let's do this. Let's do some retweeting.
That's what I'm doing too. Gotta think of a poll question. Ambient, how about a Bo Nix poll question?
Are you out of your flipping mind?
I'm just poking the bear.
I'm the bear, apparently.
No. I figured you'd know it was a joke. I don't find it very funny.
Georgia or the field, since we have Phil Steele on today.
How about Georgia, Ohio State, or the field?
It's funny. I was leaning right to that. After I said it, I'm like, that's a better question.
I like that one. Apparently, Spitz the Lightning are for sale. It'll cost you $2 billion. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How are you on this hump day? The magic numbers. Oh my goodness, we're nearly in single digits, 10, 17, and 22. We are in single digits at 6 to sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit at millerandmoulton.com, millerandmoulton.com. Hope your week is going well. Let's get over the hump together, shall we? Phil Steele makes his yearly appearance on Miller and Moulton today at 8 a.m. Eastern. For those of you in Huntsville, well, there's ways to listen to it live, or you can download it after the fact at millerandmoulton.com. But we'll do a half an hour with Phil Steele, and we do it consecutively. Yes, there's a commercial break in the middle. This may be the day. If you've never checked us out on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, because we will continue with Phil Steele on Twitch, asking many of the questions that come in the Twitch chat room to one Phil Steele. Top of the morning to you, Mark. I know you're busy producing and engineering behind the scenes. You okay?
No. No, I had a whole training seminar yesterday on the computer that we're using. Corrections were made, things were done, and the open didn't fire when it was supposed to. So I don't know what happened. This is where my ineptitude towards this equipment comes into full effect, David. And then this causes me panic throughout the whole show.
Well, considering the people that trained you live and work in Colorado, I think you can't pick up the phone and call them because it's 4 a.m. their time. I think they'd be unhappy.
Well, they wouldn't answer, first off.
Well, right. I know the training comes with the package that we purchased, but I think they disavow it.
Holy Toledo. I don't know what happened there. It had the open redone, so it sounded a little cleaner. It wasn't so loud. I was very excited about everything. And then I feel like I got punched right in the nose.
Huh. Well, we'll have another shot later in the show, right? I mean,
I don't know. This is where I get very concerned.
Well, I mean, we've got 3 more top of the hours, right? I mean, we can give it another try. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not watching on Twitch, just so you know, Mark's fiddling around with buttons. Don't be surprised if like the open fires here in like 5 minutes.
Well, it just did, but didn't play. So that gives me even more concern, David.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You know the deal. There's one button pressed that shouldn't be pressed, and eventually we'll figure it out.
I figured out a button. I've got a button that was not hit that needed to be hit, I think.
Okay. See?
I feel better. I feel better about the first commercial break running properly. How about that?
Oh, okay. So the open is lost. Like we can't run the open at 4 minutes after. You want to try the open or no?
That's done because I thought I just played it and it didn't come over the air. So I'm a little concerned about 7:01, 8:01, and 9:01, David.
Well, that's all right. I mean, as long as you give the affiliates their necessary time, everything else will just take care of. Hey, Jazz Chisholm got hurt.
Oh, man, that sucks.
It does for the Yankees.
It really does.
He
comes there, plays well, sliding into home on a bang play.
He's hustling too.
Right.
Yeah. So it's going to miss some time. Hopefully he doesn't miss the rest of the year. By the way, the big injury though yesterday. How about JJ McCarthy?
That is the big injury of everything that's going on. No real timetable now because they don't know whether it's torn completely or it is a partial tear and McCarthy out for the foreseeable future.
Right. And apparently with a meniscus, they don't know until they go in.
Right.
And then they look at it and they go, oh, we just have to shave this. Apparently that's what I learned, Mark. If they shave it, it's like a month.
Well, here's the question I have, though. Because J.J. McCarthy now is not going to be there for the next couple of weeks, and I know he'll be rehabbing, maybe he can help the Harbaugh parents and he can go back and help be them the honorary captains now that Jim Harbaugh has declined being the honorary captain from the Michigan home opener after accepting it a day after what the show cause penalty was given.
Well, I guess he had accepted it 7 months ago. I guess Sharon Moore invited him shortly after getting the job. And Harbaugh said yes, because Sharon Moore came out and said, oh, this was agreed to back in January. So, I guess Harbaugh, for whatever reason, I don't know. I mean, he says he just wants to stay with the Chargers. I mean, it's his only opportunity to take a bow this year. I don't know if maybe some Michigan folks got to him and said, it's not a good look. It's like sticking the middle finger up in the air at the NCAA. Just could you wait until they give us our penalties before you come back? Personally, I don't think Harbaugh cares. At least that's what he said publicly. I didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing for me to apologize for. Okay.
Yep. Connor Stallions acted on his own. That was a lone wolf sign-stealing scam.
By the way, would it be out of line if Connor Stallions was the honorary captain for the Fresno
Maybe he
State
could
game?
escort the Harbaughs out to the 50, Mr. and Mrs., when they go out as the honorary captains. Dressed, because he likes to do disguises, he could dress as Harbaugh.
I think Fresno's actually supposed to be decent this year. That might actually be a game. I know Michigan will be looking ahead to, Texas coming to town the next week, but I thought Fresno State's supposed to be decent. Huh? Maybe not. Might have got that wrong.
No, they are. They are. They are expected to be in the top third, top 3-4 in their conference.
Okay. So, you know what I'm a little surprised about, since we're just kind of bouncing all over the place? I am surprised that the Steelers, after playing the waiting game and waiting out New England and waiting out Cleveland, but if reportedly it's been down to either Brandon Ayuk returns to San Francisco or he gets traded to Pittsburgh, and apparently it's been this way since the weekend, I am surprised the Steelers have not put a date and time on this and said, we'll give you this 6 o'clock Monday. Because every minute that goes by, the Niners are lobbying Ayuk to keep him and working on negotiating a contract extension with him. I don't see how time at this point is helping the Steelers, if you know what I mean, Mark. I thought they played it really well. They knew Ayuk wanted to play for Tomlin. We'll just wait this sucker out. We don't really need to improve our offer. He ain't going to New England. He ain't going to Cleveland, blah, blah, blah. Because he won't sign an extension with either. But now that it's down to either return to San Francisco or the Niners have to call the Steelers back and go, okay, we'll take the deal. If I'm Pittsburgh, why wait? Because the other thing that you do is if the deadline comes and goes, now Ayuk has lost his leverage. We're out. Nobody's interested in trading for you.
You make a very valid point. I think Pittsburgh, obviously as they seem to have jumped out Pittsburgh was in, then they were out. Now they're back in. This was, to me, very weird yesterday in that they're reporting a trade's been worked out, but they didn't do the deal.
Right. Deal's been agreed to if the Niners will agree to it. Wait, what?
Right. The Niners agreed to a deal as long as they can't re-sign the player they're trying to re-sign.
Right. Well,
then there is no deal.
Correct. Also, this is the second time in less than a week that a whole bunch of members of the media have reported that Ayuk is being traded to Pittsburgh without qualifiers. There were a lot of media yesterday that reported that this deal is done. There were also a lot that said it's done if. But, Mark, this is the second time because it happened the middle of last week, too, when people said this deal was going down. And that's why I'm wondering also, because if I'm Pittsburgh, I mean, it's a new offense. It's new quarterbacks. I mean, we've talked about how important the start of this season is for the Steelers because the final 8 games are brutal. So I need Ayuk in here. I really do.
Figure out whatever quarterback he's going to get reps with because Russ has not been healthy. Fields has been playing a lot more snaps than I think they've wanted him to in camp.
Well, listen, I don't even think they've committed to Russ playing in this second preseason game. He's never had a lingering injury like this. This is the first sign of age for Russell Wilson. I mean, there have been signs the last 2 years that he may not be the quarterback that he was. If you want to take that as signs of age, I get it. But this is the first time physically in his career in which it's like, I'll be darned. Russ is getting old. I mean, a lingering calf injury?
So you're right on your assessment. That's a getting old injury, although you're not immune to it when you're younger. But obviously the lingering part of it is certainly one of the signs of age, and Pittsburgh's got to figure out what the hell they're going to do soon here because they'd like to get Russ in for some preseason, at least a preseason game from what I'm reading, but right now are unable to do so.
Apparently the Niners have just had a whole bunch of minor injuries.
Yeah, they canceled their joint practice
Yeah.
a couple of
Apparently
days ago.
apparently they've had 26 players that they have had to, at one point or another so far this camp, list as injured. 26. I mean, that's almost 1 out of 3. Wow. Once again, why won't the owners do the expanded roster? I mean, seriously, you're paying these guys. Well, you're paying 53 guys on game day a full game check. Why do you shorten it to 48? Never mind, I'm with Pat Kerwin. We know they won't do it, but you added 16 guys to the practice squad in the COVID year. You've kept the practice squad at 16. You have 69 guys under contract. 53 of them you're paying a full game check. This sport is brutal, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Lighten
act a
up.
little more like Saturdays. Get a few more guys on the bench. We need some guys. Give me a double number for crying out loud. What are we doing over here?
Well, Mark, actually the same rules are applying on both Saturdays and Sundays. They only want to pay so many guys. Ba-dum-bum.
They just might be paying a few more guys on Saturday.
We'll tell you about where they're paying them in Tennessee next.
David, not next because the commercials aren't firing. So we're going to have to do some extra time today. There's no two ways about it. I'm not going to let it go blank for 2 minutes, and I have no idea why this is going on. So you are hearing live Engineering 101 of a new computer that was supposedly fixed. I can see the commercials running. They just ain't playing.
Huh. I'll be son of a gun. How about that? That's the first time we're the how about that. Usually it's someone else. Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I could read the Floormeister's Air live. I've got it.
Well, you can read the Floormeister's ad. I've got a Diamond District. They got a big event coming up. We've got the Fantasy Football Summit going on.
We do. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for that. It's next Tuesday night, 7:00 at Shula's Shows in Fort Myers inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops.
This is going to be a live read show, David.
Wow.
Until further notice.
Okay.
Because this is a cluster blank of epic proportions.
You know,
what's your line, David? To err is human, to foul up.
To really things up, you need a computer.
And we've got one. And I mean, I can see that it's working. It's telling me right now that it's working. But
it's
for whatever reason, it ain't playing.
Right.
And I can't do a damn thing about it.
So this was, I believe, 2007. Now you're telling me to rap.
I have to.
Yeah,
rap,
that's
David.
right. The networks have to play their commercials. Well, hopefully their computers are working while carrying Miller and Moulton.
This means we're coming back dry from every break. I did something. It may have fixed it. I don't know.
Okay.
I did the only thing I know to do.
Okay. Turned
I
it
think
off.
that's
Turn it
no, I
on.
think that I can't turn it off because
I'm joking.
yeah, you're funny. Speaking of which, that GED line was a funny line yesterday, and no one responded to it.
The what line?
The text between the three of us when John was asking about Ellen,
Right.
why they weren't working. I said Ellen had to go get her GED. That's a
Right.
funny line right there.
You know what? You're right. I didn't see it right when you sent it. Like I missed the whole. You guys did your like 4 or 5 lines, and I wasn't a part of it. I caught it about 12 minutes later.
A lot of content on today's show.
Well, I need the Trent 20 seconds then if we're coming back dry.
I know.
Thank you.
The last spot is first class air conditioning. If nothing fires after that, go. We have 15 seconds.
And welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Some technical difficulties today. You'll hear a little bit more of Miller and Moulton than you normally do. We'll figure it out. If not today, we'll certainly figure it out by tomorrow. Thanks so much for being with us. Phil Steele, 8 o'clock Eastern, for a full half hour here on Miller and Moulton. In a way, Mark, we'll get a few extra minutes with Phil, since right now it doesn't look as if, we're going to be able to play what we normally do via the computers. So, we'll get a couple of extra minutes live on the radio with Phil Steele as a result at 8 o'clock Eastern. Don't know if you all saw this story yesterday. So Jimmy Haslam owns the Browns, and he is a huge Tennessee Volunteer fan. He went to the university, loves the place, has donated a lot of money. Jimmy Haslam owns the Pilot, truck stops, if you will, gas stations, convenience stores, and what have you. He owns them. He's made a lot of money. He's done some things wrong and paid $100+ million in fines. That's how much money he has. So, did you see the deal that Haslam and his alma mater worked out yesterday?
I did not, David.
20-year deal. 20 to 22 million a year. Pilot is going to give the University of Tennessee.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty good change.
It is. It will completely pay for, with $100 million on top of it, the $337 million renovation of Neyland Stadium. And apparently Pilot, they're not going to rename the stadium, but they are going to have an awful lot of signage in and around the stadium for Pilot.
Okay. So Pilot is now going to make Neyland Stadium look like a convenience store.
A little bit, especially at night. You'll have to have the neon lights and what have you. So, but this is where we're at in college football. This year, during the spring, the NCAA said it's okay to have signage on the field. And so now schools are, apparently, they've been talking for a year before the NCAA even took it further, and they're like, oh, now we get to do this. So 20 to 22 million a year. I thought, Mark, if you look at it this way, didn't they just come up with a non-binding resolution that they passed, which is essentially the salary cap? That's 20 to 22 million a year.
Well, is it done? The whole
Well,
money
they
that's coming.
passed it. It's just we're pretty sure it's not legally binding, and there's a whole bunch of people that are already legally challenging it. I mean, the players haven't agreed to it because, of course, they don't have a vote in this.
Right. Well, they would have to unionize in order to do that, which don't know how we don't see that coming at some point.
But the players can sue, though, to block it and go, no, this isn't right. We want more. We deserve more. Anyway, so you can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it as Jimmy Haslam / Pilot truck stops are paying for Tennessee's players for the next 20 years, if that's how they want to allocate their money. Or you could look at it as he's paying for the renovation with $100 million thrown on top. And they're getting a whole bunch of signage on the field and inside the stadium because of it.
Either way, it sounds like a really good deal for Tennessee.
Yeah, it really does.
It almost seems as you better have some damn good corporate sponsorship and friendly corporate sponsorship in terms of alumni if you're going to play big boy football.
And you could see where other universities are going to call up their really big, rich friends and go, hey, you want to do for your alma mater what Jimmy Haslam's doing for his?
Exactly. I mean, it already started in a way because I thought, a while back and it's basketball, it's my alma mater, so I know it. Well, isn't Michigan State playing on the Rocket Mortgage Court or something like that?
Yeah. But I mean, what's his face there owns the Suns and the Mercury.
Yeah, they need him to step up with his mortgage company for the football team now.
I was going to say, I don't think Dan Gilbert there, Mr. Rocket Mortgage, owner of the Cavs, I don't think he's, given 20 to 22 million. It's a few million, which is, don't get me wrong, Mark, I was really appreciative of it. Yeah, that's nice. $3 million. You know what? Thank you.
That can help a basketball team. Doesn't do much for a football team, and the only thing that matters is football.
Apparently so, right. So anyway, I think Jimmy Haslam and the University of Tennessee, they have just dropped the mic, if you will. They've laid down the gauntlet. They've said, here it is, folks. This is how serious we are. Now, Ohio State just spent that during the offseason. It's not like other schools don't have the money, whether they have it coming from one source or not. By the way, unrelated, obviously, to Haslam in Tennessee, did you see the story earlier this week about John Ruiz? His company may be going under. Huh. Wow. Good thing University of Miami didn't count on him.
Right. That could only set them back even further. What's a bigger problem, Ruiz's company going under or the way Cristobal coaches in the fourth quarter?
Well, we know for a fact that Cristobal's coaching has cost them at least one game. Okay. We all know that John Ruiz at least would have been able to take a knee. Ba-dum-bum. So, but yeah, 400 plus million. Jimmy Haslam, Tennessee. Also, that's where we are. This is as real as it gets. This is the world we are now swimming in. Everybody okay with this? Is this a turnoff for anybody? Mark, you and I get the turnoffs. 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room. We hear everybody's turnoff We heard all the people who said they weren't going to watch the Olympics, or I'm not watching this team because of this person. I'm still mad at the U.S. women's soccer team because of what they pulled 3 years ago. I'm not watching them. We get everybody's, this really me off. Are you getting anybody saying I'm not watching college football anymore because of the money?
No. As much as I've heard, and not just on the text line, but or in the Twitch chat room, but out publicly, and particularly where I play golf, because it's an older group, but they're more Saturdays than Sundays. The guys I hang out with they're more into the college sports scene.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like NIL. They don't like the transfer portal, but they're still watching. They're still watching their team.
Okay,
and
so
that's what really it boils down to.
So nobody's done yet.
Nobody is done yet.
Gotcha. Okay. So has anybody said my interest isn't the same, though?
I haven't got that.
Yeah,
I've gotten a lot of people who are very bothered by it again, David, but no one who has said they're going to quit watching. And the numbers show that. And for all the people that said they weren't watching the Olympics, okay, I guess you didn't, but everybody else did.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. By the way, 2 of the top 8 markets in the country in the state of Florida. West Palm Beach, I think, number 2, and Fort Myers, Naples, number 8. 2 of the top 8 markets in the country for the Olympics in the state of Florida. Come to whatever conclusion you want to come to.
Had to laugh. I watched the first Hard Knocks with the Bears last night, and they managed to get both Nick Saban and Simone Biles in the episode. That's the way you start a show. And I want to know what HBO had to pay to get the rights to show Simone Biles on Hard Knocks in the Olympics, if you know what I mean. Watching her husband watch her. All right, we're going to try this again. Nope.
So we're going to fill for another 2 minutes. I know I've told this story before. So in 2007, working with CBS, SEC on CBS, and it's the Florida State game. So it's the Saturday after Thanksgiving. And we had a doubleheader. We had Tennessee, Kentucky at noon, and we had the Noles at the Gators at 3:30. And the Tennessee-Kentucky game, which if Tennessee won, they won the SEC East, and they were going to Atlanta. If they lost, Florida would go. So it was a big game. And never mind, it's a border rivalry, bigger for Kentucky than Tennessee. But anyway, it's a big game. Tennessee ends up winning in, I think, 3 overtimes. Really good, exciting game. Game took like 4.5 hours. So we got to kick off Florida State, Florida. I mean, they held it for as long as they could. I think, at the time we used to kick off at like 3:37 Eastern. They held it to close to 3:45 and then was like, well, we got to go. So the game was only being seen in the state of Florida. And we did commercial free until the Tennessee-Kentucky game ended. Vern and Gary standing, doing an hour of network television with no break.
I promise you, we'll get this fixed, because if you want to sponsor the show, text sponsor to 21,000 and you'll hear how we do live reads right here. Where else? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. I don't know.
It's all right. We'll get through the show.
It's all right. We're doing a show with no commercials. It's kind of a big deal.
I understand, but every 30 seconds or 60 seconds when the new commercial comes up, you could say, hey, David, this part of the show brought to you by. Oh, there's no doubt about it, Coffin Ball.
Someone pointed out that Haslam sold Pilot to Berkshire Hathaway. He still runs the company.
Hold on. I said he's chairman of Pilot. I didn't say he owned it.
Okay.
I said he's chairman. But yes, he sold it. He kind of had to. So do we want to go with that poll question?
Yeah, how do you want to word it? Who do you got?
Yep.
This portion of Miller and Moulton brought to you commercial free by the good folks at the Glass Doctor.
See? There you go. This is like golf, brought to you by Rolex.
Well, no. It's not. No, it's actually the Glass Doctor. I would like to use our sponsors. If you're going to just throw someone in randomly, say get a Rolex at the Diamond District. See how this works? You don't give out free ads. What you do is you try to promote those that we're screwing up today. And I'm going to have to spend an all day here trying to fix this.
You've always been better at this than me. My apologies. You're right. All right. I got to figure out a way to, work in more of our sponsors when doing the sponsorship thing, not someone else for free.
In fact, today's starting five brought to you by Molly Maid. Get your house cleaned by Molly Maid. Call them today. Tell her Miller and Moulton sent you and that you enjoyed 2 extra minutes of Miller and Moulton. Well, actually, not 2 extra minutes, 7 extra minutes of Miller Moulton each hour because somehow the computer screwed up.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
Wait, so we're getting that?
Different computer.
I like it. I like that computer. All right, number 1. You know what? Just for the heck of it, we don't do it often. How about Major League Baseball? How about that? Yankees got not 1, not 2, but 3 homers from Juan Soto, and they beat the White Sox 4-1. Bad news for the Yankees, though. Jazz Chisholm got hurt the other day. He's got a left elbow injury. talking about he's going to go on the injured list. They don't know for how long. Yanks need him. Yankees move a half a game ahead of the Orioles, who lost to Washington 9-3. Red Sox with a much-needed win, 2 in a row over Texas, 9-4. And Minnesota doing the Red Sox a favor because, well, they beat the Royals 13-3. So Boston moving a game closer to Kansas City for the final playoff spot in the American League. In fact, they are tied in the loss column and just a game back. Twins stay 3.5 behind the Guardians, who edged the Cubs 2-1. Good news for the Rays in that Junior Caminero. Some say he's the number 1 prospect in baseball. Some have him ranked number 2. He got called up, arrived a couple hours before the game, and he played. He was credited with a single, an infield single. I have to admit, I think it was a throwing error, but they gave him a single, 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Astros beat the Rays, however, 3-2, and they now lead the West by a game and a half over Seattle, who got pounded by the Tigers. 15-1. That'll help the run differential. Marlins, by the way, Marlins have been playing okay. I mean, outside of the Padres. Marlins 5-0 over the Phillies. Jake Berger homered for the 4th straight game. Braves 6 back of the Phillies. They've won back-to-back games in extra innings over the Giants, and they did it the exact same way. Travis Darnell drove in the game-winning run in the 10th for the 2nd straight game, 4-3 Atlanta over the suddenly 500 Giants. Braves now 2 up for the final playoff spot on the Mets, who lost at home to Oakland 9-4. Meanwhile, the big 3 in the National League West keep on winning. Dodgers have won 5 in a row. They beat Milwaukee 7-2. Ohtani hit his 37th homer. Hey, can I go back to Monday when both Betts and Ohtani homered? I heard this yesterday. So, I don't know how many homers Ohtani has in the majors. I mean, what do we think he has? About 200, 150, 200 homers in the majors?
Okay.
Monday, when he homered on a 3-0 pitch. He had never homered on a 3-0 pitch before. I find that unusual. Is that just me?
Yeah, I think I'd give him the green. Like the green light would always be on.
Right.
If you're 3-0 and you're dumb enough to groove one down the middle of the plate,
to him,
hit it.
Right. And I mean, you figure, when has he ever had the take sign? I mean, ever? I mean, when he was 11, maybe? I mean, when's the last time? So I just found that an interesting factoid. Ohtani homered 2nd straight game, 37th of the season. Dodgers won 5 in a row, 7-2 over the Brewers. But Padres and Diamondbacks keep winning. Padres have won 9 of 10. They shut out Pittsburgh 3-0. Diamondbacks have won 9 of 10. They edged Colorado 4-3. Diamondbacks are 23-6, by the way, in their last 29. Best record in baseball in that stretch. Toronto 6-1 over the Angels. Mark, our Reds. A game out of second. 4-1 over the Cards. I'm just saying, they're 2 below 500. They can still win that over-under, baby.
Really need to get the sweep against the Cards because they've got Kansas City coming in. Kansas City's reeling a little bit. It would be nice to get a sweep.
Yep, absolutely. Sweep the Cards, and then 2 out of 3 from the Royals, and you're at 500 heading in the next week, and you can get that over 82.5, can't you?
Absolutely.
Come on, boys.
Keep the faith.
Number 2, the NFL. Brandon Ayuk. Hey, he's still with the Niners, despite 317 reports that says he's been traded to the Steelers. The Niners desperately want to keep him, apparently. And also, apparently, the Niners don't like the only deal that the Steelers have on the table. And Ayuk apparently is going to return to San Francisco, or he's going to play for the Steelers and sign a contract extension. The two sides apparently have all but worked out a contract extension. But the Niners don't want to accept the Steelers' offer, which does not include a first-round pick. And so the Niners are trying to get Ayuk to sign a contract extension with them. And don't you have to believe that if they re-sign Brandon Ayuk to an extension, that means that Deebo Samuel's playing his last year in San Francisco? I mean, with all the free agents that the Niners have? Trent Williams is still holding out, 26 guys have gotten injured so far in training camp. We sure about this Niners season? I'm just saying, are we sure? Now, Purdy's still healthy, Mark.
Right. Purdy's still healthy.
And McCaffrey, yeah.
Well, he got dinged already.
Yeah, right. He's missing the rest of the preseason.
Right. You're starting with no McCaffrey, Williams sitting out, Ayuk holding out. Yeah.
So we sure that, how open is this window? Or is this window rapidly closing? Now, I have to admit, I'd feel a lot better if seemingly the entire Rams offensive line hadn't been hurt so far this training camp. Jamar Chase. Now, see, this is interesting. And you know me, Mark. Love me some diva wide receivers. Love them. Love them. But come on, man. You got a 5-year contract. It's 4, but the rookie year and the option year has been picked up. So it's a 5-year deal. You're just starting year 4. You can't be holding out now. Come on. That's ridiculous. You've only honored 60% of the contract. I don't know what to tell you. All right. You got to be at camp. So Chase has been at camp, but he hasn't been practicing. One of the hold in.
Right.
Well, yesterday he decided he's not even going to show up for practice. He's not even going to stand on the sideline in street clothes. That's how unhappy he is that he doesn't have a contract. And you know me, Mark. Love me some diva wide receiver. But there's a side to me that also comes in and says, pick up the phone, call around. Let's see what we can get. In fact, I'll call the Niners. All right. I'll take Ayuk and what? No, seriously. No. Call around. Find out. What can we get for him? And call T. Higgins' agent, by the way. Might be ready to sign that extension with T. Although, actually, since he accepted the tag, I can't work out a deal for the end of the season. But you know what I'm saying.
You can meddle and say,
yeah,
we just found it looks as if we found some money.
Well, yeah, and what we could do is work out a deal, put it in the drawer.
Exactly.
Kind of like Jimbo going to A&M. So anyway, he wants a new contract. Jamar Chase, he's got 2 more years under contract in Cincinnati. Now he's not even showing up for practice. J.J. McCarthy, turns out he hurt his right meniscus in the preseason game. He's going to need surgery. Apparently, when they go in and open you up, they then find out the extent of the damage to the meniscus. If they have to shave it to repair it, you're only out a month. If they have to completely repair it, you could miss the year. So Vikings first-round pick J.J. McCarthy, not good news, could be really bad news. Cleveland rookie defensive tackle Mike Hall, a second-round pick out of Ohio State. I don't like his chances of having a career. He was arrested, charged with domestic violence. He allegedly, even though there are witnesses, allegedly threatened his fiancée with a gun. And by
threatened her life.
And by threatened, I mean put the gun to her forehead. They have a 10-month-old together. His soon-to-be mother-in-law was also in the room. I don't know. I don't like his chances of remaining on the Browns and remaining in the league. You?
No, that's the end for him.
Yeah. And in fact, and I'm very serious about this. If I'm the Browns, I'm being as serious as I can be. I'm talking with the authorities, and I'm talking with the young lady and her mother, and I'm saying, listen, I'll keep him on the roster until you leave town. No, I'm being very serious here. I will. So you make your plans and what have you, and I'll stall. I'll send out, we're aware of what happened and this, that, and the other thing, and I won't release him until you relocate. Because obviously a very dangerous situation. Number 3, NHL. Tampa Bay Lightning owner Jeff Vinik is apparently selling the team. And the guy reportedly selling it to is Doug Ostrover, the CEO of Blue Owl Capital. That's one of those big money, investment firms. Apparently, Vinnick would still run the team for a few years, though. And then Ostrover, by the end of the decade, would take over, running the show. $2 billion, apparently. There has not been an NHL team sell for $1 billion. And Vinnick's put the price tag of the Lightning at $2 billion. He'd become the Steve Ballmer of NHL owners, if you know what I mean. Maple Leafs are going to announce today that they're taking the C away from John Tavares and they're putting it on Austin Matthews' shoulder. Or, lapel or whatever.
Chest.
I don't know. It's pretty high for the chest. Would you consider that the chest? I don't know. I think it's kind of in between the chest and the clavicle. I don't know. What do we call that? A lapel?
Call it what you will, David.
So,
I'm not going to argue over where the C is on a jersey. It's not that much of a concern to me. More concerned that they've taken the C away from one player who's still on the team and given it to another. That just shows you how desperate the Toronto Maple Leafs are.
Tavares is going to enter the final year of his deal, and we all know they're not going to re-sign him coming up in a year, so they might as well take the C away from him now. One other interesting NHL note, the Edmonton Oilers. See, in hockey, there are offer sheets, but nobody ever signs anyone to an offer sheet. It's considered like dirty pool. Well, the St. Louis Blues signed 2 young Edmonton Oilers to offer sheets yesterday. Edmonton's got a week to match. Edmonton has no money. So this is interesting. It doesn't normally happen in the NHL. College football, Jim Harbaugh turns down being honorary captain for Michigan against Fresno State in their season opener. He says he's going to remain with the Chargers. Oklahoma lost the starting wide receiver, Jaden Gibson, to a knee injury for the year. And we talked about it earlier. Tennessee announces a long-term deal with Pilot, the truck stop and convenience store, get your gas along the highway. 20 years, 20 to 22 million a year. Browns owner Jimmy Haslam, who is still technically chairman of Pilot. He doesn't own Pilot, but he's still technically chairman of Pilot. He does own the Browns. He's a Tennessee alum, big booster. He, he's behind that. It's ultimately, it feels like it's his money, whether technically it is or not. And Mark, the Florida State golfer who finished in the top 5 at the Wyndham, Luke Clinton, he is now the number 1 ranked amateur in the world. I'd hope so. He's got 3 top 10s on the PGA Tour this summer. I hope that makes you a number 1 amateur. If not, I want to meet the number 1 amateur. He qualified for the match play. They had to play 2 days of stroke play at Hazeltine. He qualified, and match play starts today. So there you go. By the way, the guy who was the number 1 amateur in the world did not qualify for match play. Clanton technically was number 3 in the world before this week. Now he became number 1.
I love that tournament. I love the U.S. Amateur.
I know you do.
The whole idea that you got to go qualify in stroke play no matter who you are. You're not guaranteed to get to the match play. How hard it is to win that. How good those players are.
Apparently a very impressive list of amateurs who did not make match play, including the 15-year-old from Jacksonville Beach, Miles Russell. He had an 8 on a par 4 in his first round. He never recovered. He didn't make the match play.
See, in match play just cost you a hole, David. That 8, that snowman, those are not good. Ask the guy that played last week who had the 8 on the par 4 coming in.
Right. It didn't cost him a hole. It cost him a tournament.
Made another adjustment, David, just so you know that didn't work either. I'm 0 for 3. I'm having a bad day at the plate.
That's okay, Mark. I would consider this show, every hour of this show is a new game. So you're 1 game into a 4-game series is how you should look at it. Okay, you're going 0 for this hour, this game. That's okay. That's okay. Let's try again tomorrow. I mean, top of the hour. Let's go.
But we are in the Floormeister studio. We ask you when you visit the Floormeisters and buy all your flooring, the Core-Tech, keeping it real, the whole deal. They've been doing that a long time because they still run some of the old ads where the youngest girl is little. And now I don't know. I mean, I don't know how old she is now, but she's obviously older. She started when she was probably 4 or 5. Now she might be 10 years old. And it's just interesting when you see an old spot and go, wow, they've been at this a while. Means that they've been really successful.
Well, because they've been keeping it real.
And they are the sponsor of our Fantasy Football Summit, which is Tuesday night. You can sign up at millerandmoulton.com.
You're going to be okay. Hour 2, game 2 of the 4-game series. It's coming up.
This is one of those double headers, though, where it turns right around. This isn't a day-night doubleheader.
I have to admit, the way you sound, we've got a system, a doubleheader system. It sounds like you want to bet on the team that won game 1.
I think I do.
Wow.
I think I'm betting. Put it this way, David. I'm betting on the sweep of the series.
Man.
Because I know my limitations from the standpoint of what they are with fixing computers while trying to do a radio show.
And there's no way to do that turn it off, turn it on thing, is there?
I don't know what that would do. I mean, it's working. I can see it. But
you just can't hear it.
There you go. And that one of the keys for commercials on the radio is for you to hear them.
You make a dadgum good point. Miller and Moulton. Phil Steele in an hour. See, this works to your advantage as a listener in this sense. We'll have a few extra minutes with Phil Steele than we otherwise would have had. You still should sign up twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. See the level of frustration on Mark Miller's face that is growing with every segment during today's show. It's worth the price of admission, which is free. We'll tell you our poll question coming back on the other side. Miller or Moulton.
10 seconds. Welcome back, Miller and Moulton, hour number 2. And I'm 0 for 1 in hour number 2, as if there were any shock to that.
It's okay. You know, you get the few at-bats. This is game 2 of the series. That's how you look at hour 2. I mean, come on. What are the odds you're going to go like 0 for 16?
100%. 100%. I came in this morning. I had a training session. We have a computer that I didn't know how to use that we've taken over because Miller and Moulton are now its own entity, which, by the way, there are sponsorships available. So people like the Diamond District, Floor Meisters, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Sleep Treatment Direct, great sponsors on board. Very happy to have all of them. Plenty of room for more. But the fact of the matter is, I did not know how to properly run the computer that plays our commercials. There are network commercials, which are ours, and then there are station commercials that, whether you're in Port Charlotte or whether you're in Fort Myers, Naples, Lake City, Huntsville, Jacksonville, you hear what they're playing. So we went through this training session yesterday, and I came out, it was way easier than I thought. I had been taught, Trent, our old producer, taught me. He was not taught properly. I think Felipe taught him, who was not taught properly. And it's a lot easier. I'm like, wow, this is great. Got done with the training, and she said, you got some problems on this computer. Let me fix your computer. Sure. Fix the computer. She fixed it, David. She broke it. Well, Melissa, a very nice lady in Colorado who I spent an hour doing all of this with yesterday, who won't show up to work until 10:30 Eastern time because she's in Colorado.
Right. Hello.
And I have no idea if an engineer from this building will be here before then, if they can do anything at all.
Right. So it just means a little more time for us to regale you with stories. And to hear from Phil Steele in an hour, talking plenty of college football. Doing
Even
okay.
more today.
Doing okay over there?
No.
It'll be okay. It'll be all right. Our sponsors love us. They'll understand. They'll get make goods. They'll be happy. They're getting free love today is what they're getting. Adam in our Twitch chat room says you could be wearing a White Sox jersey. Things are going so well. You know, that could be if we did second, third, fourth, and fifth poll questions during the show like other shows, that could be our second poll question today. Our first one, please feel free and vote. You have a choice this college football season. Who's going to win the Natty? Georgia or Ohio State? That's one vote. Or the field? Who are you taking? By the way, I'm taking Ohio State. Although I'll say this, Mark, Georgia's due in this sense. In 2021, Georgia won the Natty. Do you know what their preseason ranking was? 4. In 2022, Georgia won the Natty. You know what their preseason ranking was? 3. In 2023, Michigan won the Natty. You know what their preseason ranking was? 2. 4, 3, 2. What's left?
Look at you.
So, just based on what's happened post the pandemic, Georgia preseason number 1. We're building up to that. Although I think Ohio State wins the Natty, but Georgia, Ohio State, or the field. About 2/3 of you right now are taking the field. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
So you're picking the Buckeyes. Are the Buckeyes going to win the national title as an undefeated team?
No. No, they will not. No. Whether they lose at Oregon, whether they lose the Big Ten title game, I do not think Ohio State will be undefeated.
How many times will they play Oregon this year?
Once. So
they won't meet again in the Big Ten title game.
No.
Do you have an opponent for Ohio State in the Big Ten title game?
I do not, Mark. I do not.
All right.
I mean, I'm not even halfway through the month yet. I just, you know me. I haven't even sat down and really read the Phil Steele preview yet. I've just kind of gone through it. I've skimmed it a couple times, but I have not sopped it up. You know how I like to do it. I like to do it like a plate full of gravy, and I got a loaf of bread sitting next to me, and I'm going to take my time with this sucker.
That's a really interesting analogy that you chose to go with of how you are going to dive into the college football season. A bowl of gravy and a loaf of bread.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's a window into your soul, but it's
Now, hold on a second. You've never eaten a meal in which you look at your plate afterwards and you go, man, there's a lot of gravy left on this plate. I overdid it a little bit with the gravy. And you go, this is going to take multiple pieces of bread here. This is not a. And so instead of just trying to figure out, is it going to be 2? Is it going to be 3? Is it going to be 4? Hey, should I grab like 3 slices and try to grab the heel? I'm a big fan of the heel.
I am as well. I'm not, David, I'm not at all. I get what you're saying of the plate.
Right. So sometimes
you are just going for a bowl of, like, what would you like for dinner, sir? I'd like a bowl of gravy and a loaf of bread.
Well, okay. You know, fine. If you're going to go here, let's go here. So you're doing Thanksgiving and you got the big thing of gravy and everybody has, first plate. And then let's see who's going to go in for seconds. And, I don't know about you, Mark. Maybe because you're a good cook and, you've actually cooked for others. People have actually paid you to cook for them before. So you may be really good at figuring it out. But I've, usually in a meal, the gravy ends up near the end. It's kind of like, ooh, is there enough gravy left? All right. And so sometimes you've got like just, you pour it all in and what have you, and you got like a bowl of gravy at the end. And then I let everybody make sure they're finished. And then, me, I always got a little something left. And so it's like, okay, everybody's done. Everybody's done. Everybody's done. You're on to dessert. You're done with dessert. Give me that bowl. I mean, come on. I mean, that's not worth it. I mean, we've got many more leftovers than we have gravy. There's no reason. We'll make more gravy for the leftovers tomorrow.
Well, first off, that says a lot about your gravy. You don't make more gravy because you need all the drippings. You need all of the stuff to make gravy. And for you to just go attack the gravy and say, you know what, screw you mashed potatoes tomorrow, screw you stuffing tomorrow, screw you turkey tomorrow, I'm going to sit here with a loaf of bread and sop up the gravy, seems a little selfish.
I don't do it if it's like a bowl, like a big bowl of cereal, the amount of milk that you'd have in it. I'm just talking about there's enough left where, put it this way, there's probably a big plate of leftovers the next day. 2 things of turkey, dark, white, string beans or corn and potatoes, little stuffing. And you've got enough gravy for that plate. And it may still be in a bowl. It's kind of like, you know what? Give me the bowl. All right. I'm going to finish it.
You're not a breakfast guy, but I could imagine you doing biscuits and gravy for breakfast then with your love of gravy.
Oh, yeah. Please. What can't you eat with gravy? I mean, seriously, I could eat cement with gravy. Wet cement, if you put the right gravy on it, it'd be fine. So, yes, I have taken a loaf and put it next to me and said, not sure how many I'm going to need, but I need a lot. Let's go. Let's go to work. So, anyway, we can discuss, the gravy or Georgia, Ohio State, or the field. Since we're having Phil Steele on next hour, I figure we do a college football poll question. You could have the consensus top 2 teams in the country, Georgia or Ohio State, or you got to take the field to win the Natty. Who you taking?
Taking the rest of the SEC or the rest of the Big Ten, or are you taking Ohio State or Georgia?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we could throw in Florida State. They might make the playoff this year. There's 12 teams.
Well, think about it, though. By the way, Paul Feinbaum came out yesterday, said Florida State will end the season unranked. He then also took a shot at him. He said they've wasted so much energy crying about being left out of the playoff that there's not going to be anything left for the season. It's a good line. It's good material.
It is. It's a totally different team, so I don't know how much they're carrying over the angst from last year.
Right.
The way they worked the portal, the number of players that left and graduated. I don't know if the angst it's there with their fan base, there's no doubt. And that's what I think Feinbaum's talking about. I don't think he's necessarily giving you an accurate review of what's going on during their camp.
We pointed this out last week, though. Oh, Florida State's got a schedule.
Yes, they do.
Okay. They've got a schedule. I mean, they've got at SMU. Don't laugh. Do not laugh. They've got Clemson.
And those games are back-to-back.
Right.
By the way, at SMU, home for Clemson, back-to-back weeks. That's a two-game tough stretch for the Noles.
Don't they have Notre Dame? Don't they have Notre Dame?
They have Notre Dame. They have Notre Dame on the road.
And they've got Miami.
Also on the road.
Although, 40% of the crowd will be Noles. And then at the end of the year, they got Florida. Come on now. 2 years ago, you were a 10-win team. You had to come from behind in the fourth quarter to beat a team that was not good. So, I mean, Florida State's got a schedule. They do. If they win 10 or more games with that schedule, it's like, I believe if they win 10 or more games with that schedule, they should be in the playoff, whether they win the ACC title or not.
Depends which 10, David.
I understand.
But that's 10-3 more than likely then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you wonder if losing championship games in conferences like the Big 12 or the ACC could cost you a playoff appearance. It won't in the Big 10 or the SEC, but could Miami beating Florida State for a second time? I know. That's crazy talk. Or Clemson beating Florida State for a second time in the ACC title game. Is that going to take Florida State or whomever's in the ACC, the 10-2 team? Miami could be in the same spot. Miami could lose to Florida week 1, lose an ACC game and still make themselves to the title game, lose that game. I don't think their schedule's good enough. What David's arguing is that Florida State's got a good enough schedule that if it comes between a 10-3 Florida State team and, I don't know, an 11-2 Iowa team?
Well, what I think the interesting choice would be is a 10-2 Big Ten SEC team that doesn't make their conference title game, and then a 10-3 ACC Big 12 team who loses their conference title game. Who do you take? And then does the conference championship game play you in by making it that far, or does it play you out by losing it? And we'll have that, whether we have it right away or not. We're going to get that scenario. Like, Mark, I don't think Louisville would have made it last year. Now, they also suffered a late season loss. Okay, but, when we thought Louisville was going to make it, I think at 11-1, and I think they made it at 10-2 because they lost to Kentucky last week of the regular season before losing to Florida State. But that's kind of the scenario we're getting at there.
Well, I don't think Miami can make the playoff without winning the ACC because of their schedule.
What if they're 12-0? Only one ranked team right now on the schedule, though, so they would need some people who ended up on the schedule to be better than what we think they are now.
They really would need a lot out of a Vatek. They need Florida State to. I guess
really
they would need Florida State to beat them. after having beat them in the regular season, then maybe lose to Florida State in the ACC title game.
Well, and I think they need Florida to win 7, which will be tough for Florida to do if they don't beat Miami. But, you're right. Miami only has one ranked team on their schedule right now. Iowa only has one ranked team on their schedule right now. Penn State and Oregon only have 2.
Miller and Moulton. And we're back, Miller and Moulton. Running things a little differently this morning. You're not going to hear any music. You're not going to hear any commercials on the network end. And you're going to get a little more Miller and Moulton because somehow the computer is shot.
Although behind the scenes, it's working great. I mean, you're looking at it. The commercials are playing for you. And it's just not going over the air.
Not at all.
So Floormeisters, keeping it real. So that's what I want you to do. While we're filling that time that should be commercials, every time the new commercial appears on the computer, I just want you to interrupt me and go, David, I'm sorry. This next 30, 60 seconds brought to you by Jason and Todd and the Diamond District. Continue along your merry way. While we're at it, go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's 6 nights away. It's next Tuesday night, the 20th. My mom's birthday.
80.
We're singing to her. Just
80.
so you know. If you
Big
go,
year.
bring your voice. We're singing to her.
My mother turned 80 in June. David's mother turns 80 next week. My mother-in-law turns 80 in about 3 weeks.
Yep. This is the year in Mark's life. It's the year of 80.
50 for my wife, 10 for my daughter, 55 for me.
Wow. This is just so 5 years from now, then another big one. 2029, then the next big one for you. Although actually for daughter, it's 16.
Right.
So for everybody else, it'd be 2029. But okay. All right. I hear you. But anyway, go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up, Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto, talked to him yesterday. Well, text with him yesterday. He'll have his cheat sheets. He'll give them out. That's right. You'll be sitting next to guys on both sides of you at your fantasy draft. They'll have laptops. They'll have magazines. You'll be
They'll
sitting
have
there.
magazines. What is this, 2002?
And
Are you serious right now? When is the last time you actually have, I mean, other than the Phil Steele magazine, tell me the last magazine that you read. And you have been spending time, unfortunately, in a lot of doctor's offices. So there's a chance that you've come across a magazine, but my guess is that your thumbs are on the phone, not looking at a magazine.
Well, I mean, you know, if it has anything to do with the royal family, Mark, you know I'm reading the magazines. But in all seriousness, I was just, you couldn't go with me there, could you? You couldn't just let me go. I mean,
right now, David.
You couldn't, the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor, and you couldn't just let me go, could you? So you're sitting next to both sides of you, computers, okay, magazines, you know, the handwritten pages and notes, and you're sitting in between them. You're looking like the late Mike Leach. You know, you got that bar napkin. You just pull it out. I got the Dr. Roto cheat sheet right here. A couple notes I'll scratch on the back. That's all I need. You guys keep running what you're running. I'm going to run these same 6 plays.
As you read Southern Living magazine and get a new recipe for biscuits and gravy with extra gravy, so you have a bowl of it with the heel of the bread for David.
I'll tell you what. You know what? I should, just for the heck of it, to try to intimidate the room, I should sign up. I should play this year. And I'll just sit there in between, okay? And I'll just sit there with a People magazine with a bunch of them. Okay, and I'll just pretend like I don't need to take in all this. I know this already. That's what I would do at a fantasy football draft, by the way. I would just ignore everybody. And then occasionally I'd ask a question, you know, something like, hey, has London been taken yet? Oh, yeah, it was taken 10 minutes ago. You pay attention? Oh, sorry about that. Tell me when it's my turn. You know, try to get in people's heads, Mark.
Try to get in their heads, huh?
Try to get in their heads.
I'm going to read People magazine and yell every 10 minutes.
Yep.
And wonder why they've thrown me in the pool because it's outside with my laptop and my magazines.
I won't have a laptop. No, I will have magazines though. And the Dr. Roto cheat sheet. So that's only if you're at our fantasy football summit Tuesday night. All right. Shoeless Joe's, Fort Myers, Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up. We'll see you there. Yep. And we're going to sing to my mom, and I'll even have some material on Bill and Kate and Harry and Meghan, if you're interested.
So I feel very similar to when I got my first break in the business, David. I was working for a minor league hockey team in Atlanta. They're the AAA affiliate of the Tampa Bay Lightning at the time. And the play-by-play guy did not have a color commentator, Ken Double. And Ken was doing several games on TV, all the games on radio, and we simulcast. And we had a salesperson by the name of Bruce Burge who was incredible at selling. And he sold a lot more and promised a lot more to the sponsors than was actually able to give. So there were a lot of live reads that had to be done in the broadcast. And as I was interning for the team and then got hired to work in the broadcast and marketing departments, I was helping Ken out in the broadcast, much like you helped Troy out. I was basically a spotter. I did stats. I kept the highlights back then, which we did on a tape recorder for the radio, and semi-produced the broadcast and handed him his cards, keeping him on track of all these liners we had to read. He finally had enough and went to management and said, I need help. I need someone on the broadcast. There's too much going on. Can we get Miller on? And he's good enough. He can do color. I trust him. So initially they didn't want me to do a whole lot. All I did was read the live reads. Ken would take a break. I'd read a card for about the first couple games, and then he kept working me in. I feel like today, every time you pause, I want to say, this portion of Miller and Moulton brought to you by the Glass Doctor. Whether it's your shower door or your car window, call the Glass Doctor today. And I don't have any cards, so I'm going to make up my cards. So that's going to happen because it's the only way I'm going to be able to keep an amusement level on the show because I'm freaking out.
Well, you can't break the computer. We need it. You know it's going to be something really small, too. You know it. You know you're going to call Colorado after the show. They're going to get on, and they're going to say, well, did you do this? Try this. Boom. It's going to be fixed. Although I do have a question. How do you know if it's going to be fixed? We won't be on the air.
That's a really good question. It's why I'll need Colorado. I think there are ways to check things through the board. I believe. I'm not positive.
And unfortunately, I have a doctor's appointment to go to.
Yeah, I don't. This I don't need you for.
Okay. All right. Tell you what, this could lead to a new sound to this show, though. We may just do this all the time. You may raise your hand, kind of like, listen, you've been going too long. Stop. I'll stop. And you'll go, this part of the show brought to you by Floormeisters in Naples, keeping it real. Okay. Fine. It'll be, like in baseball, when we were all taught broadcasting 101, you're supposed to give the score. And what is it? The 2-3 minute egg timer?
Yes.
Okay. Many a broadcaster learned, they trained themselves. They put the timer in front of them. And when the sand's no longer there and you look at it, you're like, oh, I got to give the score.
It was probably the thing I was worst at when I did hockey. I get going in action, and for my first couple of years, people would come at me, you got to give the score more. And you're right. The old egg timer was what we used to train ourselves to make sure you give the score as much as is humanly possible. Did get this text. The text line's working great, by the way. If you want to sponsor the text line, text sponsor to 21,000. That is working fantastically. But Texter says, are you guys sure about Florida State? They lost a lot of players. Do you think they reloaded that much?
No.
Not for a natty, I don't think they did.
No. I'm not sure that they make the playoff, but the point that we brought up yesterday about there is a team every year that's not ranked that finishes in the top 10. Well, there's also every year a team ranked in the top 10 that finishes unranked. So who would that team be this year? And I think the leading candidates are Michigan and Florida State.
Not returning a lot of players, really difficult schedules on both accounts.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see them both losing games early. And then once that happens, who knows? And do they have the depth to withstand injury? Last year, both teams did, although Florida State ended up being decimated at the wrong position. So, I actually don't think what Feinbaum said is outrageous.
I don't think it is either.
I think he'll be wrong, but I don't think it's outrageous. I mean,
Right now, I don't have Florida State in my ACC title game.
Yeah, okay. So if that's the case, then where do you have them ranked? If you don't have Florida State making the ACC title game, never mind they have chances to lose non-conference games against Notre Dame and Florida. So now all of a sudden you probably have them with at least 3 losses. Well, where's Florida State at 9-3? Well, they're probably in the mid to lower teens. If they're starting preseason 10 with no losses, where do you think they're going to end up with 3? So it doesn't take much more to then get them out. What if Michigan loses to Texas? Well, they'll fall to what, 15? Oh, okay. Still got USC on the schedule. Got Oregon, got Ohio State. This could be a problem. And don't get me started on Little Brown Jug, Mark.
Well, if it's filled with gravy, then you never know where all bets are off, David.
Look at you.
All bets are off.
I feel like now you're just piling on. I really do. You're taking out your frustration on me. That's what I sense.
You could be right.
Phil Steele's coming up at the top of the hour. Commercial free.
Welcome back, Miller and Moulton. This portion of the show brought to you by Molly Maid. You want a clean house, call Molly Maid today. And if I'd have known everything was going to break, I would have had a lot of phone numbers written down to do this properly. Unfortunately, I can't. So go to mollymaid.com/Fort Myers online and hire them to clean your house. David did. Now I've done it.
Of course, the key is after you hire Molly Maid and you make the appointment for when they're coming over the house, then just sit back and watch the night before. Watch your wife or girlfriend, okay, or boyfriend clean the house, waiting for Molly Maid the next day. That is I get more enjoyment out of that than I do when Molly Maid shows up and cleans the house.
I used to get enjoyment out of that, David. I don't anymore because I'm getting Molly Maid once a month, so I don't do it every other week. We used to have every other week cleaners. Now I clean the house because, well, we lost our, financial backing of the show. There's a lot of things we don't have that we really want.
Wait, we did?
And what I found interesting is that when the cleaners used to come, my wife picked everything up. Everything on her side, her sink in the bathroom,
right,
all cleared as best to be. Next to the bed, her nightstand was all cleared off. Her desk was as neat as it could be. Now that I'm responsible for the majority of the cleaning of the house, there's no picking up done.
So what you're saying is she cares more about Molly Maid and what they think of her and your house than she does of you.
I think that's accurate.
Okay. Yeah, it's
finding out a lot this morning.
It's tough growing old, Mark. It really is. So I give Fox credit because, yeah, sure, I'm sure it'll get some clicks. But you get more grief when you do this than you do thumbs up. So Fox, they released before the season begins who they think, and I'm sure they did this internally, they got a bunch of people involved in talking about covering the NFL. The top 10 teams in the NFL, according to Fox. Well, I mean, number one's the Chiefs. I mean, obviously, two-time defending Super Bowl champion, and Mahomes is still healthy. So, number two, the Niners. Number three, the Lions. Okay, interesting. Detroit ahead of anybody else in the AFC. Philadelphia, 4.
Okay.
Wow, 3 NFC teams ahead of the second best team in the AFC. So then mark the run. There's 6 teams left. 5 of them are AFC, just so you know. So right now, the season yet to begin, who does Fox see as the second best team in the AFC?
Baltimore.
Incorrect.
Cincinnati.
Incorrect.
Houston?
There you go.
Houston. Really?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
They then have the Packers, 6. So they have 4 of the top 6 teams in the league being NFC teams. And then the rest of the top 10 is all AFC teams. Number 7, Cincy. Number 8, Baltimore. Number 9, Buffalo.
And number 10?
Well, I got to admit, as I was going along, I inadvertently hit a button and I lost the top 10.
I was kind of waiting for you there, and there was a long pause. That's probably where I should have jumped in and said this portion of the show brought to you by the Floor Masters. David's just keeping it real.
But I actually now remember who it was because they had 3 teams from the AFC North. Number 10 is Cleveland. So Fox's top 10 was Kansas City, followed by 3 NFC teams: Niners, Lions, Eagles. Then the Texans at 5, Packers at 6. By the way, think about that. All right. Texans at 5, second-year quarterback. Packers at 6, in terms of playing experience, second-year quarterback.
And youngest team in the league. If they were last year, I'm guessing they will be again this year, or really close.
And then Bengals, Ravens, Bills, Browns. Now, if they're right, that's only room for one more playoff team in the AFC. I mean, they've got Cincy winning the North, Houston winning the South, the Chiefs winning the West, Buffalo winning the East. They've got Baltimore and Cleveland as wild cards. So I will say, all the hype in Florida for the Dolphins, there's a few in the national media hyping the Dolphins. There's a lot more people that are off the Dolphins wagon, though. There's a lot more people nationally who are like, nope, don't see it happening. Flashy, fun, not successful.
I just wonder, I keep going back to it when it's the Dolphins. You've talked about their defensive line several times, what their losses are with Wilkins and others. With Chubb's not going to be there for a while. So where do they get pressure on the quarterback? They were susceptible to the run, and they have trouble being tough enough against good teams, physically tough enough up front. I don't think people are that far off, David.
Wow, if that's the case, the Dolphins' window was about 3 months last year. And the window was closed when the Titans beat them. Did Will Levis close the Dolphins' window? I will say this. I'll give Mike McDaniel credit yesterday. He's being interviewed. And he was asked about, the playoffs and putting a team together to win in the playoffs and what have you. And somebody brought up how cold it was in Kansas City. And he said, well, it wasn't cold in Miami that week. And McDaniel clearly saying, hey, it's on us. And we blew it. We should have been home. And, we did the math. We've talked about it a few times. If they had beaten the Tennessee Titans, not only do they win the East, they would have been the 2 seed. They host Mason Rudolph and the Steelers in a 2-7 game, and then they likely host the Chiefs, who we think would have beaten Buffalo in Arrowhead in a 3-6 game, considering they went to Buffalo and beat them in a 2-3 game.
Dolphins open with the Jags, another team that we know that a lot of unknowns about. That's that week 1 we've talked about a few times. There are a handful of games in there that you look at week 1, and the Dolphins and Jags are one of them, that both of those teams aren't making the postseason.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It usually doesn't happen. It happened 3 times last year, though, where teams lost week 1 and they lost to, they made the playoffs and they lost to other teams who made the playoffs. There's a part of me, Mark, that wonders, are we making the same mistake with the Texans that we made with the Jags a year ago? That was not the Chiefs winning the West lock, but wasn't the Jags winning the South the second or third best bet on the board in terms of division championships last year?
Yes, absolutely. In terms of odds, for sure. But let me just ask you the question that you've asked of me on a lot of teams. Jacksonville. This time last year, right now. Same, better, or worse?
The same. The same. The personnel changes have been different. Okay, I would say they're the same In some ways, they're not as good. In some ways, I actually think they're built better. They're built tougher. I like the schematic change they've made defensively. All right. There are certain things they're doing that I like. Also, I like the fact that the owner has come out and said, listen, I've given you guys, he said this publicly last week, I've given you guys everything you need to win. All right. The expectation here is winning. Got it? So he's basically said, you're done being the Jacksonville Jaguars, if you know what I mean. It's time for you guys to achieve. Okay, good. Because I agree with him.
I will say getting the center from Buffalo is going to make a difference. I mean, it will help their offensive line. There's no doubt there. They're counting on it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's interesting. Both teams who meet week 1, both teams 3rd and 1, they have to trick you to get the first down. 3rd and 1, 3rd and 1.5, 3rd and 2. That to me is a game within the game week 1, Mark. Jags and Dolphins. Well, which one's the first one to just line up on 3rd and 1.5 yards and give the ball to the tailback and get a first down? Stop this, in the shotgun, flanker screen, garbage, toss sweep. Just line up and get the damn first down. Neither team could do it last year. So there's just a part of me, Mark, that wonders, also, Houston had some things go their way last year. They did. Does it happen again?
Just by the way, David, week 1 games in the NFL. If 3 teams last year who lost would lose to playoff teams in week 1. Ravens, Chiefs. We think both of those teams are playoff teams. Packers, Eagles. Most think both of those teams are playoff teams. Steelers, Falcons. Jags, Dolphins. Texans and Colts. A lot of people are high on the Colts this year.
Yeah, I know. That's an interesting one to me.
Cowboys and Browns.
Mm-hmm.
Rams and Lions. Jets and 49ers. That's all week 1.
4 teams who lost week 1 last year made the playoffs. 3 of them played other playoff teams.
Only the Bills, who lost to the Jets week 1, lost to a non-playoff team week 1 and qualified for the postseason.
Now, obviously, the same thing doesn't have to happen the very next year, but the numbers were actually similar the year before. And that's the first 2 years of us playing 17 games. So that's why we bring it up. You going to put a lot of stock in week 1 then? You going to stay with it, or are you going to say, this year will be different?
No, I will put stock in it. A lot of stock in it. It's been tested and true for a while, David. You have 50% chance, up until the addition of one more playoff team, you had basically a 50% chance of making the postseason if you won week 1, a 25% chance if you lost week 1.
I mean, shouldn't you go against conventional wisdom outside of Mahomes? Just put Mahomes and the Chiefs to the side. 6 straight AFC title games, 4 appearances in the Super Bowl, 3 wins. And just push them to the side. Shouldn't you go against conventional wisdom a lot of other places? Because we're wrong a lot, Mark. I mean, that's why Vegas wins. We're wrong a lot. The media is wrong a lot. There's just nobody who's right a lot to replace them.
Need AI to pick the games for us.
Now, last year, those that thought that the Lions, I know they finished strong, but they're the Lions. I'm not betting on the Lions. Why? Because they're the Lions. Yeah, okay. For the first time in 30 years, they made you pay for that reasoning.
They've suffered a bunch of injuries already in camp, too.
They have.
Gibbs already hurt. 2 cornerbacks have been banged up. The backup quarterback, which I don't think matters nearly as much, but they need to get a real backup. because Hendon Hooker's not the answer. I don't think. Not right now, having never played.
I mean, do you should we just say, it's the Bills? Why? Well, because nobody else in that division's proven anything. Not this decade. I'm picking the Bills till proven otherwise. Boom. I mean, a lot of talk about the Jets, a lot of talk about the Dolphins. And it's not that people are saying the Bills are bad, but they've kind of moved them to the side and maybe a wild card. Or should we just bet the Bills, Mark, because the other teams haven't proven squat?
Most people we've had on the show, and I've pressed them on the AFC, still go back to the Bills being the team to beat.
I'm betting against the Bills this year. Because if the Jets/Dolphins can't get the Bills this year, I don't know when they're going to get them. Because I think this is going to be the worst Buffalo team for the first 2/3 of this decade.
And you think it's a retool on the fly a bit too, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think they're still capable of winning the East, but I don't think they're as good a team as they've been the last 3 years. 4 years even. I don't.
Defensive backfield's weak.
And young.
Receivers aren't as good, obviously.
And young. Right. Yeah, I just think this is the year to get them. And if the Jets and Dolphins can't, two teams that are both all in, Mark, I mean, they're both all in. Veteran teams in a lot of sense. I mean, my goodness, if they can't get the Bills this year, Bills may run the decade.
Not like it hasn't been done in that division before.
Boy, Jets and Dolphins fans too will be like, wait a minute, we just did 20 years of the Patriots. Now you're going to say there's going to be 10 years of the Bills? What the heck?
But to the Dolphin fan out there, 21,000. Why is it they're going to win? What's different about them this year that makes you think they can be better than they were a year ago? That's the question. How are they going to be better against good teams than they were a year ago?
So just think about it. Should we go against conventional wisdom in the NFL? Because let's face it, we're wrong a lot. Or should we instead go, no, I'm not taking flyers on anybody. No, make them prove it. If I'm going to, sometimes, Mark, you and I place bets and we go, if I'm going to lose my $20 tonight, I want to lose it on this side.
Yeah, I think in most cases, I'm going to run according to Hoyle.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you on the Bills. I've been set that I'm not taking the Bills in that division for a while. But I'm not taking the Dolphins either.
OJETS. Jets.
A little bit of scheduling in there. That third place schedule makes a difference when push comes to shove. And I do think that will make a difference.
Phil Steele. He's calling in. We've got him for a half an hour. May want to join us on Twitch. We'll do a live segment there coming up. Hey, let me know. I'll bring us back, okay?
David, this it's a FAMU medical marijuana ad that's going to run. That's the last one. I got to be watching the phones for Phil here.
Okay, yeah, I don't hear anything, so
Well, you won't right now. You won't when I press the button.
gotcha. Just
This
give
is
me
the
a-
last 30. All right.
And welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 6 nights from tonight, it'll be the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It'll be at Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers at the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. That's the only way to get into the Fantasy Football Summit. Still have spots available. In fact, we've increased seating capacity, made a couple calls. So make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It is always a thrill when we get to talk with Phil Steele, of course, the author of Phil Steele's College Football Preview, the book the experts cannot do without. Get his info at philsteele.com. Phil Steele with an E on the end, Steele, philsteele.com, and follow him on X at philsteele042. Phil, it's David and Mark. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton.
Hey, a real pleasure being on, guys.
All right. Is it harder than ever to do this with all the transfers and with all the late movement? And how much cooperation do you get from the coaches with all the late movement?
Yeah, it definitely is harder. But, the one thing we did is we went to the press later than usual. We used to go to the press in the middle of May because we knew all the rosters. But now, with the portal closing on April 30th, we knew the players that were entered the portal, but we gave it the entire month of May and the first week of June. And I was getting texts from the coaches early June saying, hey, we just signed this guy. Hey, we just signed this guy. And most of the schools started their summer classes at the end of May or at the very start of June. So we pretty much captured about 99% of the transfer portal signings. And pretty much anybody worth signing, we've got in the magazine on the right team. But it definitely makes it a lot more hectic around press time.
Well, let's talk about one of the teams that loves the transfer portal. We've been talking a lot of ACC this morning for whatever reason. Florida State, who had a great year last year, left out of the playoff, and now reloading via the portal. When you look at Florida State, that schedule and the roster, how do you see the Noles this year?
Yeah, my first reaction this year was, boy, these guys lost a lot. I mean, Jordan Travis is gone. Troy Benson, a running back, is gone. The top three wide receivers are gone. And a good portion of the defense. But then, once again, as you mentioned, Mike Norvell did a great job in the transfer portal, bringing players in. And when you look at the team and going over with Coach Norvell this year, he feels this has the potential to be his best team he's had here at Florida State, which is quite a statement after last year they went undefeated. I think a lot of it relies on DJ Uiagalelei at the quarterback spot. If he can step in and be close to what Jordan Travis did last year, then it's a dangerous team. They've got Roydell Williams, Toafili, Lucas at running back. You look at the offensive line is one of the best in the country. It's the deepest they've been at the offensive line since Norvell's been there, and I've rated the number 5 offensive line in the country. They have a number 15 set of defensive linemen, number 7 DBs, so he's done a great job in the portal, and they're also strong on special teams at number 13. Now, when I look at the schedule, I think that SMU road trip is going to be a tricky one. Miami of Florida on the road, tricky, and Notre Dame on the road is going to be tough. But I think they've got a chance of winning the ACC. And naturally, if you win the ACC, you make the playoff. So wouldn't that be a great thing for Florida State 1 year after missing the playoff to get back in it?
All right. The last 5 years, Miami has not won more than 8 games in a season. In fact, they've only won 8 games once in the last 5 years. But the Canes have talent and they've got experience. How good do you think they are?
I think they've got the potential, like Florida State, to win the ACC. When you look at them, I like the addition of Cam Ward at QB. Tyler Van Dyke started out great last year and then became an interception machine at one point. I think Cam Ward should alleviate that problem. I thought after spring practice, a weakness was maybe running back, but they bring in Damian Martinez from Oregon State. They've got Restrepo and George and Brown, a receiver. Offensive line is mammoth. I mean, these guys are all 6'6", 325 pounds. And defensively, they've got a lot of talent in each unit, including my number 12 rated defensive line, the number 15 set of linebackers. And they're also solid on special teams. I rate them number 17. And they've got probably the best schedule of the big boys of the ACC. They do open with Florida on the road, which is a very tough spot. But after that, you could argue they might not be an underdog in any game this year. They get Florida State at home. They do play Louisville on the road, but that's winnable, and they get Virginia Tech at home. So I really like the schedule Miami has, and I think that I've got a 3-way tie for first in the ACC, guys. Florida State, Miami, and Clemson.
Is this going to come down to coaching, Phil? Because obviously when I looked at your rankings, you've got Miami ranked very high across every level in the ACC. When it comes to coaching, I think you have them 7th in the conference.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could. It might come down to one game here or there. But when you look at the head coaches, Mario Cristobal is a master recruiter, no doubt about it. We just need to see him win some big games, and I think he will this year.
All right, let's stay in state with the Gators. We all know about the schedule, as difficult as we've ever seen, and the finish, don't know if we've seen anything ever harder. Where is the program, though, Phil?
Well, I actually think Florida is going to be better than most expect this year. Talking to Coach Napier, I talk to him every year at Louisiana, every year at Florida. You go back to his first 2 years. I mean, let's face it, Dan Mullen didn't do a tremendous job recruiting his final couple of years, so Billy Napier didn't step into a great situation. Plus, his first unit was also on the inexperienced side. His second unit last year, inexperienced again, number 109 in the country on my experience chart. And they had a new quarterback. And I got to be honest, when I talked to Coach Napier last year, I'm like, really, Graham Mertz? He doesn't really fit your offense. He's not mobile. I wasn't impressed with him at Wisconsin. He said, Phil, this guy's intelligent. He's a hard worker. He's going to do well. And look what he did. He hit 72% of his passes, the top completion percentage in the SEC, and a 20-3 ratio. Now they bring in DJ Langway behind him, gives him that mobile quarterback threat. They've got Montrell Johnson. Hopefully he recovers from the slight injury he had in August. But when you look at the defense, I think the defense is going to be a strength this year. And Coach Napier told me this year when I brought up the schedule, he said, you know what, I think at the end of the year, you're not going to think it was as tough. And so I think Florida is going to win a lot of those games that maybe you don't think they're going to win when you look at the schedule, like home against LSU, home against Mississippi, home against Texas A&M. They're very tough in the swamp. And I'm looking for a 7 or 8 win season out of Florida. They did make my most improved list this year.
What about the Knights? UCF last year jumped into the Big 12 and couldn't stop the run. Have they done enough defensively to play big boy football? And it looks like they've got a quarterback. And I guess at the end of the day, is it enough to be at a bowl game?
Yeah, they definitely should get to a bowl game this year. They're my number 6 most improved team in the country. I think defensively, when you look at them up front, bringing in Kelly from Miami of Florida and Dotson from UT Martin up front, and then the linebacking core was upgraded greatly with Texas Tech, Vanderbilt, Cincinnati, Idaho transfers. I think they have made a big change with the transfer portal. And KJ Jefferson, the quarterback, was never really 100% last year. Boy, if he returns to form, everybody says it could remind them of Cam Newton when he was in the Malzahn offense, and that could be dangerous. They've got R.J. Harvey back at running back, Kobe Hudson and Xavier Townsend, a wide receiver. The offensive line's loaded. And the schedule's somewhat manageable. I do have an underdog in 4 games, TCU, Florida, Iowa State, and West Virginia. But I think a bowl game is definite. A sneaky pick to perhaps even finish in the upper half of the Big 12 this year.
Well, South Florida had a sneaky, really good year for them, going from 1-11 to a bowl and winning it. They've got 18 returning starters. Okay, the AAC better than a lot of people give it credit for. Where do you think USF ranks this year in the AAC?
I think they're a contender. I think there are 4 teams contending in the American Conference this year. I'm going to go with UTSA, Memphis, Tulane, and USF. And, talking to Coach Golish last year, even though he was in a clear rebuilding situation, they had an inexperienced team, and we're coming off a 1-11 season, and in fact, 3 years where they had won just 4 games. He laid out his plan, and it came to fruition. They got their games, the wins late, very dominant win over Charlotte, and then of course the bowl game over Syracuse. And then, as you touched on, they come back this year with the 9th most experienced team in the country. Really like their quarterback, Byron Brown. He's a guy that is going to be he's underrated at this point. He might be living up to his potential by the end of the year. Sean Atkins, a wide receiver. The defense is definitely stronger. It's a much better USF team this year than they were last year. And last year they made it to a bowl game. So I think they're actually one of the 4 contenders in the American Conference.
Phil, you always have your most improved list, but what about teams that are overrated? Teams that you think, when you look at, you always are great at telling us what the AP polls are going to look like, but you have your power polls. Who's a team that's a little higher rated than you think they should be?
Well, I think one team that's going to take a big step back this year is clearly Washington. And I don't know if Washington made it in the AP poll or not, but they were in the national championship game last year. But here's a funny little story. When we sent our email to the schools, asking them for pictures of the players from last year that are on this year's squad, Washington sent us back one that said, we don't have any. They basically have one starter back from last year, it's a completely new team, a late transfer. Now, Jed Fish brought in some players like Will Rogers, Jonah Coleman, but this is a team that, like TCU last year, remember TCU went from playing in a national championship game to 5-7. I think Washington can get to a bowl game this year, but if they get to a bowl game, I think that's an accomplishment 1 year after playing for the national title.
We have been talking up SMU in the ACC and saying, folks, do not sleep on them. We think they could be this year's version of Louisville. I believe the only ranked team on their schedule is that home game against the Noles. Are they good enough to match our hype?
You're talking SMU?
SMU, yes.
Yes, I think they are. When you look at them, Preston Stone back at QB, along with Kevin Jennings. I like that depth. Then they've got Knighton, Johnson, Wheaton, Smith, all at the running back spot. They really go 4 deep there. The offensive line is a veteran group. The receiving corps is dangerous. I think Jordan Hudson, Romello Brinson, R.J. Maryland are all NFL-type caliber players. And everybody's going to point to the fact that last year the teams that went into the Big 12 struggled. They're going to point to the fact that SMU, their last 4 games against Power 5 teams, they've lost them all. But I think SMU is capable. And the only game I have my true underdog in is Louisville. I've got the Florida State game as a toss-up, and I have them favored in all the rest of the games this year. I do believe they are a true contender in the ACC.
Notre Dame, they certainly look like a playoff team. Could they be an undefeated team the way that schedule plays out?
Yeah, it's a pretty light schedule for Notre Dame, isn't it, guys? I mean, they normally are playing a bunch of big games. This year, their biggest game might be right out of the box at Texas A&M and College Station. I say if they come out of that one with a win, then yes, it could be an undefeated Notre Dame team because I've got them a clear-cut favorite in all the rest of their games. The toughest ones would be Florida State at home and at USC, but Texas A&M might be the key to an undefeated season for Notre Dame. I like what they have coming back defensively. They have my number 8 defense in the country. And offensively, I really like Riley Leonard. If he stays healthy, they're going to be dangerous.
What's different about them this year compared to last year?
Well, last year, Hartman got injured a little bit. I think if they could keep Riley Leonard healthy, that'll be a good thing. And probably the schedule. Last year they had to play USC, which was number 10 in the country. They had to play at Louisville. They had to play Ohio State, which was number 6 in the country. A game they could easily have won. Remember, Ohio State scored on the last play of the game to pull out the 13 or the win there. A game Notre Dame should have won. So they were a team that was very close last year with a lighter schedule, and that would probably make the difference.
All right, when you look at the SEC and Ole Miss. You talked about maybe them losing at Florida. Do you think Ole Miss is a playoff team, however?
Yeah, I think Ole Miss has a great shot at making the playoff, and a lot's going to be at the end of the season. They're going to get off to an outstanding start. This team's going to be 6-0 when they travel to face LSU. LSU is on the road. They have to play Florida on the road, which is tough. They play Georgia at home and Oklahoma at home. So they're going to have to win 2 of those games. I do think the SEC gets 4 or 5 teams into the playoff mix this year. I do think we see possibly a 3-loss SEC team make it. The key is going to be the defense. We know the offense is explosive. They've upgraded the defense. A ton of transfers coming in. Walter Nolan is one I've especially got my eyes on the defensive line from Texas A&M. Special teams look good, and they rank in my top units in all 8 positions. This is the best Ole Miss team I've seen in a long time.
All right, Phil, 10 seconds. Plug the magazine and your website.
Barnes & Noble and Books A Million are the only 2 places you can get it bricks and mortar wise. Or you can go to philsteele.com. When you go to philsteele.com and get the hard copy, we give you the digital copy for free, which is updated all the way through September. So Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, philsteele.com.
More with Phil Steele live on Twitch, and then another segment with him on Miller and Moulton coming up. Phil, can you hear us?
All right.
I hear you. You're a little bit in the distance this morning.
Oh, really?
But I know you're doing. You having computer problems.
Both of us in the distance, or just both voices?
Yeah, you're. It's could use the volume up a little, but that's okay. It's no big deal.
All right.
I know you're having problems.
It's one of those mornings. So thanks as always
Yeah.
for doing this, Phil. I tell you what, got to ask, because we do this on Twitch and we're in the Twitch chat room. Your thoughts on Colorado? We've got a couple of diehard Buffalo fans in here that are wanting your opinion on the Buffs.
Is this on air or off air?
This is.
We're on Twitch, so we've got a few hundred people that are watching right now.
Okay, let's talk Colorado. You know, Colorado's a team that's been a transfer portal king for Deion Sanders, but I think too much transition. You look at the offensive line; all 5 starters are gone from last year. They've got 5 new starters again. A lot of these guys came in after spring, which I think really hurts. I'd like to see teams that use the transfer portal have more guys in prior to the spring. But I think Colorado has another year like last year where they miss out on a bowl game. It's a pretty tough schedule this year. I rate it the 13th toughest schedule in the country.
Wow. What do you think about, I mean, he inherited awful, though. All right. Do you understand some of his approach?
Yeah, I absolutely do. In fact, last year he surprised me. You know, going from 1-11 to 4-8, winning the first 3 games like they did, getting ranked, pretty stunned. And I like the overall talent of the skill players. I mean, Shadur Sanders, bringing in a Dallin Hayden from Ohio State. They've got Travis Hunter, Jimmy Horn, LaJonte Wester at wide receiver. Love the skill players that they have, and love the secondary as well. Guys like Travis Hunter, Preston Hodge, DJ McKinley. My problem with Colorado is probably the line of scrimmage. And if they can get that fixed, if this new group of offensive linemen all of a sudden molds together, then they could be dangerous. But as mentioned, they play a tough schedule this year.
Speaking of schedules, we got a Twitch comment here wondering about the Gamecocks with that tough schedule. Do they have a shot at a bowl?
I do think South Carolina gets to a bowl. In fact, I put them on my most improved list this year. The key is going to be that they're going to be a much better running the football. Last year, they rushed for 85 yards per game, 2.8 yards per carry. Now they've got a mobile quarterback. Lenore Seller's a beast. I mean, he's 240 pounds. They've got Robbie Ashford behind him, another mobile quarterback. They bring in Rocket Sanders from Arkansas, who, if he returns to 2022's form, look out. Also, I like Oscar Attaway, who comes over from North Texas. And then the offensive line. Last year was so banged up. What did they have, like 18 different starters on the offensive line? And 2 true freshmen were starting on the offensive line that didn't even come in until June. So they're going to be much improved on the offensive line. A solid defense. I like Alex Huntley and Debo Williams. I think South Carolina is another team, like Florida, that despite the tough schedule, gets to a bowl game and probably gets to 7 or 8 wins.
USC. All right. Your thoughts on them this year in the Big Ten?
Yeah, USC is going to have a better year than last year, believe it or not. I know everybody looks at them and says, well, you're losing Caleb Williams, so you're going to go down, right? Well, USC didn't have a great finish to last year. They lost 5 of their last 6 games before winning the bowl. I like Miller Moss at quarterback. You know, with Lincoln Riley as the head coach, they're going to have an explosive offense, and they will. They added to the receiver depth. That was my problem coming out of spring. They have Zachariah Branch, Kyron Hudson, McKay Lemon. They added Fair, Ford, and Richardson coming in from places like Auburn and UCLA. So I now like the depth, but the key to me is the defense. They bring in Danton Lynn from UCLA. He brought some UCLA starters with him. We saw last year what he did with UCLA in his first year. They were tremendous. I think they're going to have a much improved defense this year to go along with that explosive offense. Now, I'm not calling them a Big Ten contender, although they could sneak in there. They do have to play Michigan on the road. Toss-up games are going to be home against Penn State, home against Rutgers, and home against Nebraska. But I think they could top last year's 8-win total.
And they end the regular season at home with Notre Dame. And who knows, for Notre Dame, a playoff spot may be on the line. All right, Phil, hang with us. We're coming back live on the air in a few seconds.
And welcome back, Miller and Moulton. Phil Steele joining us, as he has now for, gosh, it's over a decade, I think, Phil, that you've been coming on with us, and we're obviously very appreciative. As we said before the break, where can they get the magazine and how can they get it online?
Yeah, the only places to get the magazine in brick and mortar stores this year is Barnes & Noble and Books A Million. Those are the 2 locations, and they're selling out fast, so make sure you get there. It's a magazine you're going to use all season long, 352 pages, 2 full pages on each team. And it's like 134 media guides rolled into one. Now, if you go online and get it at philsteele.com, I'm going to charge you a shipping charge. It costs to ship things, but we give you the digital magazine for free. And the digital magazine's actually updated all the way through September. So Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, philsteele.com. And I'm putting up a new blog every day on philsteele.com. A lot of information on both college and NFL. Check that out at philsteele.com.
All right. You said you kind of like 3 teams at the very top of the ACC. Let's deal with the top of the SEC and the Big Ten now. The expectation is it's Georgia or Ohio State. Do you like somebody to win the conference not named Georgia or Ohio State?
Yeah, I think in the SEC, I look at Texas as having a shot at it. They've got the horses up front, both the offensive line and defensive line. They just got thinned out a little bit at running back, losing 2 guys for the season, but they play the best schedule in the SEC. They only have 3 road games, 3 true road games. One of them is against Vanderbilt, one is against Arkansas, and one's against A&M, all winnable. They get Georgia at home. I think they've got a great shot at being in the SEC title game. And then out of the Big Ten, watch out for Oregon. And much like Texas, they get Ohio State at home. You know, and this is not Mark Helfrich's Oregon team, one that was all flash and dash and finesse. This is a physical team. They have my number 3 offensive line in the country, my number 23 defensive line. They've got my number 7 set of linebackers, number 11 DBs. So a strong defense, strong offensive line, best receiving core in the country, and they bring in Dylan Gabriel from Oklahoma, plus they're solid on special teams. And when you look at their schedule, they do have to play Michigan on the road. I think that's going to be a key game for both teams' playoff chances. I give Oregon a shot at going into the big house and winning that, and they get Ohio State at home. You know what? We might see Texas and Georgia and Oregon and Ohio State play each other 3 times this year, once in the regular season, once for the conference championship, and then who knows, maybe once again in the playoff.
When you look at the Big Ten and Michigan and what they did last year, obviously they lose so many players, a tough schedule this year. What can the Wolverines do to be able to have some sort of shot to get back to the playoff?
You know, the thing I love about Michigan this year is their defense. They are absolutely loaded. In fact, I rate them the number 5 defense in the country despite the losses. You look up front, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, Derek Moore, Josiah Stewart. Those are all NFL caliber guys up front. So the defense is great. The special teams is great. They've got running backs like Donovan Edwards. My question marks are the offensive line. They lose all 5 starters, but they do have talent there. And then quarterback, Alex Orji, Davis Warren, Jack Tuttle, who's going to win the job. But when you look at the schedule, it's reasonable. I mean, the road trips, besides playing Ohio State on the road. They play Washington, Illinois, and Indiana. That's all winnable. If they beat either Texas or Oregon in the Big House, then they finish 10-2 and get to the playoff. If they lose both those games, they're 9-3. They've lost all the 3 top teams they faced. I don't think they make the playoff. So I think it'll be an interesting year watching Michigan.
What if I told you the biggest surprise team in the Big Ten is Nebraska? They lost 4 games by a field goal last year, and I think their quarterback is a stud. I think he can be Caleb Williams-esque. Do I need to lie down and take a nap?
No, I think you might be right on there. When you look at Nebraska, minus 17 in turnovers last year, and all those close losses, these are metrics that just fly off the chart saying, hey, Nebraska is going to be a much improved team. It's year 2 for Matt Rule. His first year at Temple, into the second year, I think they improved by 5 games. At Baylor, they improved by 4 games. And I when I talked to him, I said, Coach, I mean, you're going to win, what, 10 games this year? He said, you're saying that, Phil. But when you look at the schedule, it is possible. The final part, at Ohio State, at USC, at Iowa, I think those 3 games will be tough. But this is a Nebraska team very capable of getting to 9 wins in the regular season, and maybe even with a bowl win getting to 10 this year. I'm bullish on the Huskers.
Penn State or Iowa, which one's more likely to be a playoff team?
I think they both can make it. I think Penn State definitely makes it, though. When you look at their schedule, the only game I have an underdog in all year is Ohio State at home. The USC game is going to be tough on the road, but I think they're capable of winning that. I like Drew Allar. He's got a 25-2 ratio. So I think Penn State makes a playoff, but I also think Iowa makes a playoff this year. When you look at their schedule, I know that they played the West last year, and now it's all everybody, but guess what? They avoid Oregon, Michigan, and Penn State. So they've got a really good schedule. The only game I have them an underdog in is at Ohio State. And while their offense was putrid last year, I mean, their offense last year had Cade McNamara banged up at the start of the year and then injured and out for the year. They lost their top 2 receivers, both tight ends, prior to Big Ten play. This year, they've got Cade McNamara and Brendan Sullivan back at running back, LaShawn Williams, Caleb Johnson at running back. Offensive line could be the best they had since 2020 when they averaged 30 points per game. Love the linebacking core, Nick Jackson, Jay Higgins, Sebastian Castro. They have one of the best defenses in the country, and despite losing their punter, still one of the top special teams. I love Iowa over 7.5 wins. I think they can win 11 games this year.
I think there's a lot of Iowa fans going, yeah, I think the problem is we have Cade McNamara returning. I think there are a lot of Iowa fans that are not sold on him. Let's go to the SEC. Let's talk Bama. Forget the whole coaching, because that'll take care of itself. I'm not sold on Milroe. Are you? And how do you like what Alabama returns?
Yeah, I am sold on Milroe and what they have coming back. And I got to be honest with you guys, when the Saban stepped down and when a bunch of players hit the portal, I was like, well, maybe it's going to be one of those 9-win seasons. But hiring Kalen DeBoer, huge. And I love what he brought in. He brought in Keon Saab at safety, coming in from Michigan, Damani Jackson from USC, a cornerback. Brings in the Lou Groza Award winner, Graham Nicholson, at kicker. They had snapping problems last year, right? Well, he brings in Parker Brailsford, the center from the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. Jeremy Bernard is there, a wide receiver to add the depth. And I thought Milroe got better each and every game last year. In fact, he had a 14-1 ratio when throwing the ball over 20 yards last season. And you look at the schedule, I think that Georgia game is going to be huge for them. The at Tennessee game, at LSU games, and at Oklahoma, all huge. But I think Alabama, I've got them as a contender in the SEC this year, coming in third.
Georgia for preseason number 1 has something to prove after not making the playoff last year. You mentioned the game at Alabama. They opened with Clemson. The Dogs last year got criticized for the schedule. You can't criticize the schedule this year.
No, they've got 3 top 10 teams on the road, Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss, plus, as you mentioned, Clemson. Very difficult schedule. I do think they're the most talented team in the country. And frankly, I think if they made the playoff last year, they would have won the playoff. I thought they were the most talented team in the country last year. They've got Carson Beck at quarterback. But the thing I love about this team, besides my number 1 rated offensive line and a great defense, is the depth. They go 3 deep at every position with guys that could start at other schools. And I think that's going to help them come playoff time, having that type of depth. So I think Georgia may drop a game during the regular season. I mean, playing 3 top 10 teams on the road is ridiculous, but that won't keep them out of the SEC title game. And I think once they get in the playoff, they're probably the most talented team in the country.
9 SEC teams ranked in both the coaches and the AP poll. Let's talk. Is there one of the other 4 or 5 outside the top 10, the Missouris, the LSUs, the Tennessees, the A&Ms, that you go, I'm just not seeing it?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Missouri. I know why they're ranked. They finished last year in the top 10. They've got a very good offense. Brady Cook back at quarterback. My number 2 set of receivers led by Luther Burden. Solid offensive line. I am concerned on the defense. They actually lose 5 NFL draft picks off the defense. They also lose their defense coordinator to LSU. Now, the schedule is going to help them out. They play the easiest schedule in the SEC. So I think that really helps. They avoid Texas. They avoid Ole Miss. They avoid LSU. So they avoid a lot of the big boys this year. But they do have to play teams like Alabama, Texas A&M on the road, South Carolina on the road, and Oklahoma at home. I have an underdog in those 4 games, so I don't think that they're going to finish as high as they did last year.
Talking with Phil Steele, getting some deep into the SEC. Oklahoma is a team that's not talked about. And when you talk about Florida's schedule, how difficult it is, I think that's why Oklahoma is not talked about, because their schedule is as tough as anybody's in the country. Yeah,
the pure reason why. And they play the toughest schedule in the SEC. Now, their non-conference slate is not Florida's. I mean, playing Temple, Houston, Tulane, all very manageable along with Maine. But their conference schedule is the toughest in the SEC. I have them number 7 in my power poll. I love their defense. Venables has my number 6 rated defense overall, led by Danny Stutzman. Offensively, I think Jackson Arnold's going to look much better than he did in the bowl game, where he had a couple of interceptions and be very dangerous. Offensive line needs to be rebuilt a little bit, but the schedule, as you touched on, they only have, I talked about Texas only having 3 SEC road games. Oklahoma only has 3 SEC home games, and one of them is against Alabama and one's against Tennessee. And away from home, they have to play Auburn, Texas, Mississippi, Missouri, and LSU. All ranked teams. So, I mean, this is a brutal schedule for Oklahoma, and that's the reason I have number 7 in the power poll, but only number 20 in my actual top 40.
We talked UCF earlier, but who's going to win the Big 12?
I'm going to go with Utah. And with Utah, they're a team that won the Pac-12 2 straight years. Last year, they lost their backup quarterback in August. Sort of nondescript, right? But then Cam Rising did not play. So they were down to their 3rd, 4th, and even in one game, 5th string quarterback. Teams could stack the line of scrimmage against them, not worry. They also were playing in the Pac-12 last year, and the Pac-12 last year was right up there with the SEC and the Big Ten. They had their best year in the last 15 years, and they played 4 of the big boys in the Pac-12, all ranked teams on the road: Oregon State, USC, Washington, and Arizona. When that was with a backup 3rd, 4th, and 5th string quarterbacks. Well, they're strong at the line of scrimmage. They get Cam Rising back. The backup quarterback, Brandon Rose, is back. Sam Hurd comes in. He was my number 3 rated quarterback out of high school, signed at Washington, was at Cal Poly last year. And when you look at the schedule, they do have to play Oklahoma State on the road, but they get most of the other big boys at home. And they've only lost 2 games in Rice-Eccles Stadium the last 5 years. So I think when you look at Utah, they've got the potential to run the table. They're my pick to win the Big 12 and make the playoff this year.
Phil Steele, philsteele.com, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million. Phil, as always, thanks. All the best.
Hey, always love the conversations, guys. Have yourself a great week.
David, did you just hear the break there when we started?
No, I have not heard anything.
Nothing?
I heard the one. Well, now I'm hearing myself.
Right.
Okay, what did you play the one time on the different computer? That's the only thing I've heard in the show today.
The starting five.
There you go.
Are welcome.
Now, okay.
Yeah, that's what I have to do, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
What really stinks is we can't. This is all going to have to be edited if we want to replay it for a best of, because none of it configures to the show.
Huh. That's true. And we are going to want to play it as a best of. Well, Trent can do that.
Welcome back, Miller and Moulton. Hope you enjoyed the last 30 or so minutes with Phil Steele, the best in the business at college football. Rapid fire, a lot of teams, a lot of information, a lot to digest. I think I need a breath after that one, David.
Well, you're going to need a nap after this show with everything that is going on behind the scenes. Never mind us having to do a little extra time than normal because of the computer not firing some of the things that we needed to fire. But I found it interesting. He was a glass half full, Phil Steele, this time. We've had him in years past when he's been glass half empty, Phil Steele, on teams. you picked the team, he was more than likely willing to say, I think they're going to do better than you think.
Florida. I mean, that right out of the gate, that surprised me of what he thought of the Florida Gators. I would think if you're a Gator fan listening to our show, you got to be a little happier maybe than you were coming in.
I have to admit, I don't like the Florida injuries so far in camp. They just lost a D lineman, earlier this week with a broken ankle, because I do think he said when he talked to Billy Napier and he brought up the schedule that Napier said, yeah, it's hard, but I actually think there are certain games on the schedule that when we look back at the end of the year, we're going to think they're not as challenging as we are looking at them in July and August. And I wonder, Mark, is he talking about A&M? Is he talking about Tennessee? And particularly, Phil brought up the point, they're still really tough to beat in the swamp. Yeah, they've thrown away a couple games in recent years, but they're better this year than they have been the last two. And so he's like, so look at who they're playing at home. In what you think is a toss-up game, what if they win the toss-up games at home because they defend the swamp? Well, that would be Miami, right?
Right.
That would be A&M, right?
Sure would. Would be LSU.
Now we're talking. And he even brought up, if they're winning the toss-up games, how will they feel about themselves when they play Ole Miss? So Phil's, as bullish as you could be on the Gators, considering all that they're up against.
The problem that I see for the Gators is that even if Phil's right, or even if Napier's right, and some of those teams maybe aren't as good as, at the end of the year, it's the gauntlet that they face at the end of the season. It's one after another, after another of quality team after quality team after quality team. And that's the part of it. I mean, it's so NFL-esque, their schedule at the end of the year, that there's just no let up on it.
No, the only good thing is they play their 7 games, and then they do have the bye before the gauntlet. Now, they start the gauntlet with, arguably the toughest game on their schedule, and that's Georgia. But they do have a bye before the gauntlet, and, do the math. Like last year, they were 5-2 before their end of the season gauntlet. But the end of the season gauntlet last year was softer than this, and they had a home game with Arkansas, and we circled it before the season started and said, that's the game you're probably going to have to win to go to a bowl. And they blew it.
What worries me is that Georgia's going to be relentless with Florida. They don't take, it's a rivalry game. They don't want to just beat them. They want to humiliate them. And when you get into a tough physical game, how will Florida, their depth will be tested in that game, how they come out of that game for the less 4.
He said UCF will go to a bowl. He thinks South Florida will contend in the American. He thinks they're one of the 4 contenders. He thinks South Florida will be better than they were last year, when South Florida went from 1 win to 6 and then had a great bowl performance in beating Syracuse. And he says, oh, no, I think they'll be better. Now, I will say they got a schedule, though. Like last year they had Alabama at home. I mean, this year they got Miami at home. But you and I are big on Alex Golish, who, by the way, will appear on Miller and Moulton every other week throughout the season on Thursdays. So there you have it. But he says South Florida will be improved. UCF will be improved. Florida will be improved. Miami, much improved. And he's quoting Norvell, in which he said, hey, you lost a lot. And Norvell goes, I think this could be our best team. Whoa. Last year's team won 19 in a row. So, okay.
Yeah, I think that's a little coach speak there. I have trouble saying this year's Florida State team's better than last year's Florida State team. They just lost too many players, and I don't think the quarterback's nearly as good. I'm not sold on DJU. And that's what Phil Steele said. If he is the real deal, everything else falls into place.
Mm-hmm.
But you lose your top 3 receivers, you lose your quarterback. I wonder when it comes to the Noles. By the way, I don't know if you're aware, David, we're in the Floormeister studios, just keeping it real.
Yes, we are. And they're also proudly sponsoring the Fantasy Football Summit Tuesday night.
They are.
At Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers at the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. Okay, we've made some arrangements here. We've increased seating capacity. So, we're getting a decent interest in this again, which is good. This excites us. This is more for you than us. Okay, this is us trying to give back. We're trying to be givers.
Well, David's a giver. I have to be honest. I'm a taker at this event. This works out really well for me because not only is it our event, so I get to attend for free, I take all the information and use it in my leagues. David, on the other hand, doesn't play fantasy, so he is truly being a giver. He's even driving down for the event. Doesn't have to. He's giving of himself to come down for you.
And the only thing I'll ask is we're going to have to sing to my mom. That's all. It's her birthday. So, all right, here it is. And I could go down in flames. This could all end. Heck, it could end week 1, knowing me. But Nebraska will be undefeated going to Ohio State the Saturday before Halloween. You hear me?
I heard you. I'm pulling out their schedule right now.
UTEP. This all first 4 games all at home. UTEP, Colorado. I know. Northern Iowa, Illinois. At Purdue, one of the 3 worst teams in the Big Ten. Home for Rutgers.
That's a tougher game than what you think. That's the toughest game on their schedule before they play the Buckeyes.
Yep. Bye week at Indiana. Come on now.
No, David, you're on to something.
Ohio State in October is going to be worried about at Oregon. Before they play Oregon, they host Iowa, and then after it, they host Nebraska. It's just sneaky enough that Ohio State's going to have to keep their eye on the ball. Obviously, Ohio State should be able to beat Iowa and beat Nebraska. But I'm just saying. Just got to keep their eye on the ball.
Don't blow it against Colorado. Don't blow it against Rutgers. Couple of late games. I think they're at Wisconsin late in the year, at Iowa late in the year. Those will be the difficult games for Nebraska. But the early part of their schedule, very doable to get things rolling for the Cornhuskers.
Okay, along those lines, tell me when Penn State first loses a game. At West Virginia. Thank goodness they're playing. Honestly, thank goodness they're playing. Please start playing regularly. Please. All right. Pitt in West Virginia, Penn State in West Virginia. And while we're at it, how about Penn State? You play Pitt. Okay? I know. Then you start having a Florida non-conference schedule. I don't know what to tell you. Your fans want to see these games. Okay. At West Virginia, who's a sleeper in the Big 12. Oh, by the way. Bowling Green, Kent State, Illinois, UCLA. Those are all at home. At USC.
They'll lose one of these 2 road games. At USC, at Wisconsin.
By the way, at USC is the same day that Ohio State's at Oregon.
Ooh.
How about that little Saturday in the Big Ten?
Sounds like one of those will be the Big Ten on CBS.
I think Penn State at USC may have our name on it. Then a bye week, and they're at Wisconsin. So they split up the 2 road games At USC, bye week, at Wisconsin. So you think they're going to lose one of them?
One of them.
So you think they're 6-1 hosting Ohio State?
I do.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to point out, does Ohio State in back-to-back weeks face undefeated teams? Just like, do they start October facing an unbeaten Iowa? Then the next week are at unbeaten Oregon. Then 2 weeks later, are they hosting unbeaten Nebraska? And then a week later, are they visiting unbeaten Penn State? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm picking Ohio State to win the Natty. I'm just trying to point out their regular season schedule could be a little more challenging than when you look at it and you first take a look.
You know, Wisconsin, there's not a lot expected of them, but if they can win some home games, they can disrupt some seasons. They have Alabama at home. They have Penn State at home. They have Oregon at home. They have Alabama early after a couple of cupcakes. They have Penn State after Northwestern on the road. And they have Oregon coming off, and they have a bye week before Oregon. I just look at Wisconsin and wonder if they can pull off an upset, what they can do to really throw a wrench in the Big Ten.
Which is funny because I look at Wisconsin and I go, boy, I hope Luke Fickell can match what he did last year. And he went 7-6 last year.
So you don't see an improvement at all out of Wisconsin from last year to this year?
Well, I just think it's a much tougher conference that he's playing in. And he's got Alabama as one of his non-conference games. I mean, his non-conference games last year, I mean, they weren't easy. I mean, at Washington State, but he played Buffalo and Georgia Southern. And at Washington State. You know, this year he's got the two supposed cupcakes in Western Michigan, South Dakota, but he's got Alabama. You know, Mark, his first conference game last year was at Purdue. His first road game this year is at USC. You know, he's facing a much tougher Rutgers team this year than last, and he's got them on the road. He's got Penn State, Oregon. Yeah, he's got them at home, but he's got Penn State and Oregon on the schedule. And his road games are at Iowa, at Nebraska. I don't know how many of these games are favored in that I just mentioned.
At USC, at Rutgers, that are going to be toss-up games for the Badgers, too. I think they're an interesting team that could be – David, you're very well could be right that they're a 500 team. It's which games they win because of who they get at home. I think that'll – Oregon going to Wisconsin in November is not as easy as what Oregon's used to doing that time of the year.
I totally agree. And I think they also, in and around that, are at Michigan.
That's what I'm curious about. How does Oregon handle playing in the cold weather? Not something they do a whole lot of. Having to play big boy Big Ten football. They're really talented. They're really good. Should be in the playoff. But a couple of tough road games, we'll find out what they're made of.
And you and I feel sticking our chest out a little bit. Phil still backed us on our talking up SMU. He did. Now, he didn't say they're going to play for the ACC title, but he kind of gave the impression that he thinks they could be the fourth best team in the conference.
I think that's where he has them picked as fourth. He has a three-way tie for first and SMU next, Va Tech after that. And a lot of it with SMU has to do with the schedule. And if there's a three-way tie on top of the ACC, who are the two that end up in the ACC title game?
Well, Clemson plays them both. Florida State plays them both. Wait, did Clemson and Miami play this year?
No.
No. I don't know because Miami only has one ranked team on their schedule.
Correct.
So that would be interesting since Florida State's the only one that plays them both. I'm guessing that you have to go according to ranking, right? If all three aren't playing each other, don't you have to go according to ranking?
I would guess. I have not studied how the ACC tiebreakers are. Or for that matter, with this whole new – I mean, with the way the jambalaya that is the conferences with no East-West, you're going to have a lot of ties because you could hear it from what Phil was saying. He's high on a lot of teams, but I don't know if he thinks there's going to be an undefeated team this year.
Greg Swain, by the way, says that it will take 2 to 3 years for the ACC to be dismantled. He thinks a year from now, Florida State and Clemson will have bought their way out, and then it will take another year for the rest of the ACC schools to do what the Pac-12 schools did in figuring out where their landing spot is. But he says that there are massive back-channel conversations happening with the Big Ten, the SEC, and the Big 12 with 6 to 10 ACC schools. And quite frankly, he says, and if your school's not one of those that's having the back channel conversations, you're going to be Washington State and Oregon State. Good luck.
Miller and Moulton, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It is Tuesday night. Go to millerandmoulton.com. Dr. Roto, the guest of honor, he will help you win your fantasy league. It's as simple as that. About an hour and a half of Q&A with Roto. He goes through a lot of different scenarios with whether it's this year with rookies, which I think is going to be paramount to figuring out how you draft your fantasy team, and just usually some sleepers that he likes. Dr. Roto, Miller and Moulton, the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit, Tuesday night. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up.
Miller and Moulton. When we come back on the other side, is there an NFL team that is dangerously close to falling apart before our eyes? And it may not be the team that you think we're talking about.
Ooh.
Huh?
Look at that.
Huh?
Wow. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
That tease brought to you by Sleep Treatment Direct. Call them today at 444-1741. Get out of your mask like I'm doing right now because the damn thing doesn't work. That's all I got. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com to download it, like Phil Steele, who was just on at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Miller and Moulton, the bonus hour, brought to you by the Diamond District. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District having their big summer special right now, so stop by the Diamond District. When you do, make sure you tell them that Miller and Moulton sent you and that their commercials sounded terrific this morning.
Fantastic. MillerandMoulton.com. That's where you go sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday night, the 20th. Dr. Roto, the star, hope to see you there. All right.
That was a major league tease right there.
Yep. So take Brandon Ayuk off the Niners. Just do it. Let's just say, because I got to be honest, if I'm Ayuk, he reportedly has worked out the parameters of a new contract with the Steelers. Well, don't you have to believe Pittsburgh's offering more than the Niners?
Yes.
So,
or he would have signed with the Niners with what the deal is that's on the table.
Right. So if you're Ayuk, why are you going to sign? You're doing this to get paid. I mean, let's not pull any punches. You're doing this to get paid. Don't tell me about wanting to win. If you wanted to win, you would have kept your mouth shut. You would have played this year for the, $14 million? And you just would have played the year out. You likely are not going to get tagged, and you'd go on your merry way. But it's not about winning. This is all about getting paid. Well, why are you going to settle with the Niners for less than what the Steelers are offering? Because it's difficult to believe that the Niners are offering what the Steelers have tentatively said that they're going to come to agreement with you on. And so if you believe that premise, Mark, that the Steelers' offer is going to be more than San Francisco, by the way, Pennsylvania taxes lower than California.
Which state isn't?
So, therefore, Ayuk, don't you have to believe he's not going to come to an agreement with the Niners? They are going to be
right, that they'll trade him.
Okay, so take him off the Niners. They're not getting a wide receiver back in return is the word. They're also not getting a first-round pick back is the word. We'll see if the word is accurate. So now let's talk the Niners. Trent Williams is holding out. We expect he'll come back because it's the only way you get paid. Although he's held out before. The rest of that offensive line, if by chance he holds out, McCaffrey's already banged up to start the year.
Yep.
The
Kittle's a year older. I mean, he's not getting any younger. He has averaged missing a couple games a year for the last couple of years.
Second best linebacker is coming back from the Achilles injury. Don't know if he's going to be ready to play to start the year.
Still on the PUP list.
Let's just talk about if Ayuk leaves the Niners. 26, I mean, sometimes teams have these type of years with the best of intentions, the best of rosters. 26 guys have already gotten hurt for the Niners so far in camp. What did they just have to cancel? Didn't they just cancel like workouts, a scrimmage?
They canceled their joint practice.
Right.
With whomever it is they're running with. Arizona, I think.
I mean, the coaches love the joint practices more than the preseason games.
Far more.
And they canceled it because, well, they don't have healthy bodies. The second week in August. Take Ayuk off the Niners. Talk to me about how you feel about San Francisco.
Even without Ayuk, I still think they're the best team in the division.
Oh, okay.
I do. It'll be interesting. They drafted the Gator wide receiver, Pearsall.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to step up and play right away.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously a downgrade at that spot, but how much we'll find out.
Oh, it's a significant downgrade. I mean, come on. I mean,
I know. I love Ayuk. It's a downgrade.
Right. But I'm just, they got outplayed in both NFC playoff games that they won. The Lions and Packers outplayed them. They got lucky against the Niners. They did. They got lucky. And it didn't hurt that Dan Campbell wouldn't kick field goals. But I mean, come on. They're down 2 touchdowns. Purdy throws a ball deep down the middle of the field in a double coverage. It hits the Lions DB in the hands. And instead of it being intercepted with a 2-touchdown lead, it bounces off his hands straight up in the air, and the receiver falling to the ground catches the ball. Ends up being a touchdown, totally turns it around. I mean, that Lions DB catches that ball, they're going to the Super Bowl. That's mid-third quarter. The Niners had nothing going. They had their butts whooped for 2 hours. Packers outplayed them, screwed it up. Lions outplayed them, screwed it up. I just wonder if their window is closer to closing than we're thinking about, and take Ayuk off the team. And now tell me what you think of them. One above average offensive lineman. How much is on McCaffrey's shoulders? Can he really stay healthy for 20 games again?
When he's starting the year not healthy. Or at least got a ding in preseason that held him out for the remainder of preseason. Now, I'll still take the Niners in that division without Ayuk.
Fair enough.
The point you made earlier in the show with the way the Rams' offensive line's getting banged up, that would worry me heading into the season.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how good they are regardless.
I also think, by the way, Arizona will be much improved. I don't know if they're going to be Houston Texans type of improvement where they go from, 3 to 10. What did Arizona win 4 last year? But they played a lot of close games. They get a fully, rehabilitated Kyler Murray. They've had a terrific draft and offseason. I think Arizona is going to be, to me, Mark, they could be like the Tennessee Titans were last year, who finished 7-10, but late in the year ruined Miami and Jacksonville's season. I could see Arizona by the second half of this season ruining people's seasons.
Well, we talked about it many times. Arizona, there wasn't a team that played harder than the Cardinals last year. They were a competitive team. They bought into everything that coach was selling, despite being a really bad football team. They played everyone tough. So I don't think there's the learning curve, even what you're talking about. If they're much improved, I don't think they're this year's Houston. I don't know who will be, but they'll be better. I don't think Seattle will be better than they were a year ago.
I don't either. I think the 2 teams who won 9 games last year, who I think regress, are Seattle and New Orleans, who both missed the playoffs at 9-8, and I don't think either will have a winning season this year.
Could not agree with that statement anymore. With you 100% on that. I've been telling you all along, I think New Orleans is going to be closer to the bottom than the middle.
Well, if Kurt Benkert agrees with you, former Island Coast standout, who's was a journeyman quarterback in the NFL. I think he only played 1 snap, even though he was on the roster for 5 years. And
nice gig.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to play, don't get me wrong.
Yep. In fact, Aaron Rodgers is the reason that he appeared in an NFL game. Rodgers, the Packers were in a kneel down situation, and Packers said to his head coach there, he said, "Hey, put Kurt in." And Benkert came in and took the kneel downs. And I believe it was the only time he ever stepped foot in a regular season game on the field. He's now in the media and, breaking down tape and what have you. And he says, I think the Saints could be the worst team in the league. It's like, whoa. So
I think they take a big step back as well. I don't know about worst team in the league, but I have them in the bottom third, that's for sure.
now, with me setting up that I think this could be a much rougher Niners regular season than last year was, I do want to throw this out there. The way the Niners play travels. If the Niners get in the playoffs, it doesn't matter where they play. It doesn't. I mean, remember, he had that 6 seed a couple years ago who, they were the ones, they had the 10-point lead in the fourth quarter against the Rams. The year the Rams won the Super Bowl. And they, ironically, it is ironic. Remember, Stafford threw up that punt and the Niners DB dropped it. They had a 7-point lead mid-fourth quarter, and Stafford threw a clear interception, and the Niners DB dropped it. He catches that ball, the Niners go to the Super Bowl. There is no Rams Super Bowl title. And it was a punt. He could have fair caught it. He had so much time and was so open, and he dropped it. And the Rams came back and won. And now, a year or two later, NFC title game, it happens in their favor against the Lions. Boom, boom. But, Mark, they are a team that let's just say they have a tough regular season and they sneak in at 10-7. All right. If they're remotely healthy come the playoffs, there's nobody they can't line up and beat. The way they play travels.
Who else in the NFC? And right now, and maybe I'm playing too much into preseason injuries, but the way Detroit's going right now, I worry about the Lions a little bit. Their receivers aren't as good as they were a year ago. You got the kid from Alabama who can't keep himself out of trouble that they're going to have to rely upon heavily, Williams there.
So Dan Campbell this morning was asked about the injuries. Okay. Jahmyr Gibbs, quote, I think we're going to be fine here. I think we'll be good. Okay. He's got his hammy he's dealing with, but he'll be fine. Okay. Hendon Hooker. This surprised me. Concussion. They signed Jake Fromm off his couch. You figure, oh, wow, this could linger. He said, good chance he plays Saturday. Can't say absolutely yes, but he's trending in the right direction. No pads today at practice for the Lions, and they've had one of the more physical training camps.
But two corners have been dinged up as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even the Giants lit up their corners. Think about that.
And no one said anything positive about the Daniel Jones experience so far this preseason.
Not really, no. Except Kay Adams. She was very taken by his looks.
So I think the NFC could be even more wide open than we think. And who sneaks in? You had that Fox preseason top 10 list where they had Philadelphia a lot higher than I would have the Eagles.
For those that missed it earlier, Fox ranked their NFL top 10 and Chiefs number 1, which they have to be. And then in order, Niners, Lions, Eagles. So 3 of the top 4 NFC, then Texans 5, Packers 6 NFC, which I think would surprise a lot of people. And then they went 4 consecutive AFC teams, Bengals, Ravens, Bills, Browns. So 6 of the top 10 AFC, but 3 of the top 4 and 4 of the top 6 NFC. And second best team in the AFC before the season kicks off, Fox thinks it's the Houston Texans.
Is Fox allowed to have a top 10 list that doesn't include the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, they just did.
That's right there something.
That's true.
That's
true.
The bread and butter of that network, for crying out loud.
Yeah. By the way, Texans were plus 12 in turnovers last year. Just throwing that out there. And had a much easier schedule than the one they have this year. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was today when? Coming up in about 25 minutes. Yes, Cup is healthy again. Cup and Puka at wide receiver. Sonny, the problem I have with the FedEx isn't the championship weighted so heavily that basically if you win that final event, that it's tough to win the title without winning the final event?
And welcome back, Miller and Moulton in the Floormeister studio. The Diamond District bonus hour, Miller and Moulton, here on what has been a really eventful morning, at least for one of us. For the other guy, he's had to talk a few more minutes. I've been pulling my hair out since about 6:01 this morning.
Why is that?
Well, to err is human. To really things up, you need a computer. And that's what's happened this morning because our computer that plays all of our commercial spots decided not to work. So for our sponsors along the line, Diamond District, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Sleep Treatment Direct, Floormeisters, I apologize. I really do, because at the end of the day, it comes up that it's on me. But unfortunately, there's not a whole lot we can do about it today. I will make it up to you. And then some.
It's a story we mentioned nearly 3 hours ago that I just want to touch upon. Even though this time of year we should probably stick to football. By the way, NASCAR did not announce anything yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They now say they're going to announce it today.
Mm-hmm.
You drawing any conclusions in the fact that they didn't announce? I mean, how
They're
much
not
more
doing anything?
Okay, all right, fine. Because you could also draw the conclusion that they needed even more time because they're definitely going to do something. But okay.
They're not taking the win away. They will definitely do something. There will be fines. There will be points docked. Things will happen, but I don't believe that they're taking a win away.
Do you think that Austin Dillon will be allowed to race in the playoff? Yes or no? Because you can let him keep the win, but basically make the win meaningless.
The way to do it is to suspend him for this week, and then he doesn't race in all the races, and then not give him the waiver that they've given everybody else that's missed a week.
Yeah, that'd be tough to do. I mean, that would make NASCAR look bad. I think that would make NASCAR look worse than if they just said, yeah, you can keep the damn win and the trophy, and it'll officially count as your 6th win, but it don't mean squat. You ain't racing in the playoffs unless you win one of these final 3 races. Because then that would open up a spot. Chastain, instead of him being out, he'd be tied for the final playoff spot. So that's how significant the win is. It could be the difference between, Ross Chastain or Bubba Wallace being in the playoff or not. But another story we brought up nearly 3 hours ago. It was reported late yesterday afternoon. Canada, Tampa Bay, elsewhere. So Jeff Vinnick, who's owned the Lightning for nearly 15 years.
And what a job he's done as owner of the Lightning.
And buying up real estate in and around the arena and has really helped make Tampa a better city. Yeah, he's apparently selling the hockey team.
Yep.
Either way, 2010 is when he bought it. Any idea what he paid for it? Take a guess. 2010.
2010. 500 million?
170.
Holy Toledo.
He's going to sell it for at least 10 times that much. It's being reported that he's valuing the team at right around $2 billion, which seems a little high. But if you remember, that's what Ballmer paid to purchase the Clippers when there had barely been anybody pay $1 billion for an NBA team before. Ballmer came in and said, I'll pay double, just give me the damn team. And the NBA gladly said, that's great. Well, Mark, the Ottawa franchise sale a year ago
was $1 billion, right?
Just under 950. The NHL is yet to have a franchise sell for $1 billion. And Vinnick is reportedly asking for close to $2 billion. Okay. Doug Ostrover, the co-founder and CEO of Blue Owl Capital, a successful, needless to say, investment firm, is believed to be the guy who's purchasing the franchise. Apparently, Vinnick is going to retain full operational control of the organization for, quote, several years, unquote. Let me ask you this, Mark. You've got Doug Ostrover money. You pay me.
I just got taller and skinnier.
You pay me 1.7, 1.8, 2 billion to buy my hockey team from me. Are you going to let me run it for 3 to 5 years?
No, I may let you run it for a year or two while I watch how things are done so we don't screw it up, because everything that Vinnick's done, he's done very well for Tampa. So letting him run it for another year as your people start to figure out what it is that they do would make sense. Beyond that, no.
But there's a difference between 1 or a couple years and several years.
Well, and I thought he wasn't selling the whole team. He's selling the majority interest in the team. So he will still have ownership.
Right. And that's why they're saying a value of $2 billion. So, if he pays, $1.1 billion to get 60% of the team, then you value the team accordingly.
I do think the $2 billion's crazy, given the fact that the valuations came out of the NFL franchises yesterday, and everybody talked about the Cowboys being over $10 billion, being the big story there. But the Bengals and Jags are the two least valued franchises, and they're under $5 billion in value. So how the Lightning could be worth $2 billion seems a bit high to me.
And of course, the argument, you are what you can get somebody to pay you. That's what your worth is. So, we only got 32 of these suckers. They don't come up for sale very often. If you got to overpay, you got to overpay. So, but, that's arguably, I don't know how you can argue. I mean, that's the most successful franchise in the state, along with the Heat, right? Lightning
I was going to say the Heat. The Heat are 1, Lightning are 2.
Okay. I think it's a lot closer than people think, but okay.
The Heat have done it for longer.
Okay. That's interesting. We could have that discussion. Lightning won the Cup in 2004. Heat won their first in 2006. All right. Now, the Heat got good before the Lightning.
Yes, they did.
Lightning didn't do much until they all of a sudden won the Cup. Okay, where the Heat in the late 90s, obviously early 2000s, Mourning and Hardaway and what have you, they were good. But, Lightning have been to what? 4 finals, 1, 2. Heat have been to 6 finals, 1, 3. Or is it 7 finals? No, 7 finals, 1, 3. Because they made 2 recent finals here. Lost to the Lakers in the bubble, lost to the Nuggets, had the 4 in a row with LeBron, and then D. Wade and company had their 1. So they've been to 7 finals and won 3. Lightning have been to 4 finals and won 2. So edge Heat. But this is, second best franchise in the state for 20 years now. And, reportedly, we had JP Peterson on a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about some of the rich Tampa people that were actually trying to take the Rays away from Stu Sternberg. There are some that contend, by the way, Sternberg gets the land as part of that deal, that Sternberg could sell the land and still walk away from the Rays and make like $500 million just on the land, and then never mind what he'd make for the Rays.
Sell, sell, sell.
Yeah.
When they give you everything and you
Mhm.
didn't have to put up a whole lot for it,
Nope.
it doesn't make a lot of sense financially to keep it.
So, but I just want to bring, if the Lightning gets sold, it's difficult to imagine, how much stake do we put into ownership as fans? I think some.
I think we're starting to put a lot more than we ever used to. We're starting to realize that it is that combination of ownership, management, and coach that all have to be working together. Typically, teams that don't have an ownership group you just look at the Lions, that when this Ford finally took it over, how things have changed.
And so the Lightning have been what? The model NHL franchise? When people talked about how it is they've wanted to run things in the last 12 or so years, haven't they talked about we want to do things like the Lightning? And so I don't see how it's a good thing that the guy who owns the Lightning is apparently selling the Lightning.
I'm with you. When I saw the story yesterday, I thought the same exact thing, that this is a model franchise. And largely because of the changes he made and what he's done with that franchise. From redoing the arena, the way he spent money.
Mm-hmm.
It's bar none, it is a terrific fan experience. It's up there with any place you go to see a game.
And he helped change that.
100%.
So I just think it's a story worth talking about. Don't see how it makes the Lightning better as an organization going forward. And therefore don't know how it makes the Florida sports fans' life and experience any better going forward either, because Vinnick actually cared. Brought in the organ and, hired Yzerman, brought in the organ, said, listen, we gotta be more of a hockey arena. So good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. It's all coming up. Thanks so much for being with us. Pat Kerwin will be on the show Friday here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
watching you right now back in Australia, possibly igniting their Olympic dream. What is your message to those young girls?
Play on is my message. I want them to know that this journey isn't without its challenges, particularly around the age of 16 and 17. I certainly questioned my place on the sporting field and whether I wanted to take it to this Olympic level. But the message is, it doesn't matter if you're doing sport for fun in your backyard with your girlfriends or whether you want to take it to this Olympic medalist level. Sport is about community and a sense of belonging, making friends, looking after our physical and mental health, learning amazing life skills like dedication and leadership, which are all such great things for the next generation of women and girls. So play on in your own way, whatever.
Miller and Moulton, welcome back. The Diamond District Bonus Hour brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. Their big summer special going on right now, beginning today, as a matter of fact. So stop in for great deals at the Diamond District here in Southwest Florida.
By the way, there's also a report this morning. We were just talking about the possible sale of the Lightning that Kurt Bodenhausen, who we had on from Sportico a couple of weeks back, their business reporter, he reported that the Bucks turned down $6 billion for their franchise. Recently turned down an unsolicited proposal of $6 billion. And apparently it was over $6 billion, so it was more than what Josh Harris paid for the Commanders. So the Bucks, unsolicited, a group came at them and said, we'll pay you more than the price of the Commanders. And the Bucks said, we're good for now. I'm curious. I didn't see that list yesterday. I just saw the headline. The Cowboys are, first franchise valued over $10 billion. You mentioned that Jacksonville and Cincinnati, the two lowest valued franchises. Curious what they value the Bucks at.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are valued at, they are tied for 15th with the Steelers, a 33% increase from a year ago. They're valued at $5.5 billion.
I'm surprised it's that high.
I am as well. I thought it would be a little closer to the bottom. The Bengals are the least valued franchise at $4.71 billion. Then the Jags at $4.76.
You worded it properly. You did. I'm not coming after you here. But, man, if there's a group that it's okay being the least valued at, it's that group.
100%. 100%. The Cowboys were the highest valued franchise that we know as $10.32 billion. The Rams were second. The Giants third. The Patriots fourth. The Niners fifth. Jets, Dolphins, Eagles, Raiders, Commanders, rounding out the top 10.
Surprised the Jets are that high. I know where they're located. I get it. But I'm just surprised.
So there you have it. A couple of NFL franchise values and a little bit of the business of sport.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1937 today. The Appalachian Trail is formally completed. 2,000 miles, 14 states from Georgia to Maine. My kid's roommate from college just got done hiking the trail over a few months.
Wow.
Could you see Miller and Moulton hiking the Appalachian Trail?
No. In fact, I don't know if I would, cross the Estero Parkway Bridge, even never, or any of the
Mount Estero?
I don't know if I'd climb Mount Estero. I don't know if I'd see myself walking across any of the bridges in Jacksonville, for that matter.
A lot of bridges in Jacksonville.
Yes, there are. I'm still confused. I think I've finally gotten it down. We're getting close to 2 years here. I think I've finally figured it out. Just don't quiz me.
Today in 45, the Emperor of Japan surrenders unconditionally to the Allies, ending World War II. It can be August 15th, depending on time zones and things like that. The Canadian Football League plays its first game today in 1958. Winnipeg, 29, Edmonton, 21. The AFL held their first meeting today in 1959 with charter memberships handed to Dallas, New York, Houston, Denver, LA, Minneapolis, St. Paul. The Expos became an official member of the National League today in 1968. Some PGAs, first in 77 at Pebble. Lanny Watkins wins his only major in sudden death. 88, Jeff Sluman wins his only major, beating Azinger by 3.
That was Oak Hill in Rochester, or no?
Yes. And 2011 at Atlanta Athletic, Keegan Bradley wins in a playoff with Jason Duffner. It was today in 2016 that Usain Bolt wins the Olympic gold medal, first man to win the event 3 times. Doc Holliday, Earl Weaver, David Crosby, Mark Fidrich would have all celebrated birthdays today. Steve Martin, 79. Rusty Wallace is 68. Magic is 65. Holly Berry's 58, David.
Thank you for pausing.
You're welcome. Mike Vrabel's 49. Mila Kunis is 41. And Tim Tebow is 37 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Well, FDR signed the Social Security Act today in 35. Did you have that?
I did not.
Bob Gibson threw his first no-hitter today in 71. This I thought hurt him at the time. Michael Jackson taking control of the Beatles' publishing rights.
Well, it certainly pissed off Paul.
But if you think about it at the time, I mean, had a bad word ever been spoken about Michael Jackson publicly by anybody? Had he ever done anything in which the public in any way went, what the? But all of a sudden, when the Beatles didn't have the rights to their own music, first of all, people were confused, but they were kind of like, why would you do that to them? You're a musician too. I mean, imagine what if somebody did that to you? So I thought it was the first time that Michael did something in the public eye that he caught grief for. So that's all I got.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to Oregon for the good today, where animal control deputy Trayton Plamdon was trying to rescue a fawn that had fallen in a retention pond. Was trying to lasso the fawn, but the fawn kept evading their attempts and began to struggle, beginning to panic, believing the only viable solution to saving the fawn's life was to plunge into the pond. He did so, saving the young deer and then releasing it to the wild. For the bad, we go to Cape Coral. Where Javier Barton was pulled over Monday night when police began to approached the car, they smelled a strong odor of burnt marijuana and observed smoke in the vehicle. Reports say there was a burnt blunt in the cup holder, David. When he exited the vehicle, they found some cash, a bunch of pills, and 81 grams of fentanyl. The habitual criminal was taken directly to jail, did not pass go, and did not collect $200. Finally, the ugly, we go to Naples, where Richard Mansfield decided to go for a naked walk on the beach.
Oh, boy. Was it a nude beach?
In Naples?
I just had to ask the question. I mean,
When a beach patrol specialist told officers he saw a man lying naked in a chair in plain view of beachgoers, he was asked to put his clothes back on and did so. He told police that he went to the beach to cool off after the gym. Near his chair, officers located 2 black circular rings that resembled, well, rings not for your fingers.
all righty then.
He has an indecent exposure charge and was taken to the Naples jail. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 14th, 2024.
Well, everybody's playing baseball today. Only 3 afternoon games, however. The headliner, MLB Network, if you're really interested, Royals and Twins, Minnesota going for the sweep. This would pretty much end the Royals' chances of winning the Central here if they get swept by the Twins. Because
Well, they haven't just gotten beaten in the first 2 games. They've gotten pounded in the first
yes,
2
they
games.
have. Twins keeping pace, 3.5 back of the Guardians. By the way, on this, what are we talking? August 14th? The best record in baseball belongs to the Cleveland Guardians. Who had that in the office pool?
Nobody outside of Cleveland, David. And not many inside of Cleveland.
No. Hey, should we bet on the Phillies tonight? They've lost 4 in a row. They're hosting the Marlins. They got shut out by the Marlins yesterday. I mean, just a thought. The odds aren't good. I mean, it's like minus 180 or something like that. But just wonder, are the Phillies going to lose 5 in a row? Braves are within 6. And the Braves have like the worst record in baseball since the All-Star break. I mean, that's how bad the Phillies have been playing. Braves have won 2 in a row here. Rays hosting Houston. Red hot Houston. Winners of 6 in a row. 1.5 lead in the West. So, there you go.
We just bet the Phillies.
Oh, okay.
Everything that was left in our account.
Wow. That's a big bet. Playing the percentages, I mean, really? 5 in a row? Marlins beat them back to back? Come on. Sometimes the team's just due for a win, right?
I agree.
I mean, it's not like I'm encouraging you to bet on the White Sox. I mean, now I'm at least encouraging you to bet on, arguably the best team in the National League.
Thank goodness you're off of that let's bet on the White Sox thing.
They have won once since I think they're officially 1-11 since I said, hey, come on now. They've lost 11 in a row, Mark. I think it's time we start betting on the White Sox. Actually, they're 1-13 now that I do the math. They lost 10 in a row. Then they won. And they lost 2 in a row. Yeah, man.
I mean, they're still not over a 250 winning percentage and looking like they will not be on the season. This is
actually, they're 2-14 since I encouraged you. Come on, we got to start betting on the White Sox. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wonder why he doesn't listen to me at all.
240 winning percentage.
That's unreal.
That's so hard to do. The Tigers are 6 games below 500. And they're 28.5 games clear of the White Sox in the standings.
Is it bad enough that if you were a fan, you could stop being a fan, because also there's no hope in the short term either. So you lost 101 last year. You're on pace to lose about 121 or 122 this year. And you've got maybe the worst farm system in baseball. I mean, it's not good. The Angels probably have the worst. You have a bad farm system. The owner's not going to spend any money, and nobody's going to want to come work for you.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
Right. I mean, is it bad enough in which you go, you know what?
Well, you're not going to root for the Cubs.
No,
so
but
you
you
either
just
quit rooting for baseball, you quit watching baseball, or you're still a Sox fan. It's one or the other.
I mean, let's just assume you're living in the south side of Chicago, or you're from there. I mean, I don't know. Do we go geographically? Do you start rooting for Milwaukee? They're 2 hours away. Do you just pick a hey, I need a franchise I can root for. I need a franchise that's the Brewers have made the playoffs 6 out of 7 years. I'm just wondering, are they so bad right now? Like, have you stopped rooting? You put your Michigan State fandom to the side during the scandal. But, I mean, you're an alum.
It's been tough, but I still root.
Right. But, like, I've never stopped rooting for one of the teams I grew up rooting for. I don't root for Notre Dame like I used to. I'll say that. The last 20 years, this century, I have not rooted. I mean, I used to really care if they won or not.
You know what, David? I will say it's happened to me, and it's affected my level of fandom with the entire league, is the Pistons. I used to live and die by Piston games. Used to watch every game. Used to be invested. 2 different eras of good Piston teams where I was heavily invested in whether they won or lost on a nightly basis. And now I'm completely indifferent to them. I don't know what they would have to do. I haven't. Yeah, I've quit rooting for them.
Okay, but you're not rooting for anyone else. So you basically.
Well, no, I got on the Golden State bandwagon when I went out there for my honeymoon.
So you would consider yourself now a bigger Golden State Warriors fan than you are a Detroit Pistons fan?
I think so.
Wow. I didn't realize that had happened.
I think so.
You think
I tell you what, I'm a bigger Miami Heat fan than I am Detroit Piston fan.
Wow.
I mean, I've quit on that franchise. It can be done, even as you're getting old. And usually once you've hit a certain age, those are your teams. I've left the Pistons.
Just so you know, you said it out loud. Okay, I'm not going to let you go back. If you know what I mean. I mean, if you just said you're done with the Pistons.
I'm done with the Pistons.
Okay. And I'm just wondering, I will say the Pistons had 2 seasons were combined. They won like 30 games here recently. But I'm wondering, is it so bad right now that a lifelong White Sox fan could go, you know what? Yeah, I can't do this. Listen, how many people who used to be Marlins fans who in the last 20 years have said, yeah, I can't do this anymore? I got to admit, I'm not a Marlins fan. I'm sick for what they're doing now. Sick.
Did get a texter saying a White Sox fan rooting for Brewers now.
Well, there you go.
Because if you still like the sport, you want to watch, and you got to watch something that's competitive, and your team's not.
No, and they're not fun, and it's just no.
Now they can deal. They'll deal this pitcher in the off season, and something.
No, they're going to deal. They're going to deal the lefty pitcher. They're going to deal Lewis Roberts, the center fielder. No, I mean, they got a couple things to work with.
But what's that going to get you? 6, 7 prospects? Great.
Yeah, this is going to take years. Although, you know what? There's a part of me that thinks, here's a poll question that 13 people would care about, but here's a poll question. Who makes the playoffs first, Marlins or White Sox? Oh.
Wow. That's the type of poll question that you have on Miller and Moulton. That's one that gets the masses in. I mean, when you're trying to grow a show, what you're thinking is White Sox or Marlins.
Okay, fine. Our poll question today was who you taking for the Natty in college football, since we had Phil Steele on earlier. All right. Top two teams who everybody's picking, Georgia or Ohio State, or the field. And I'm taking Ohio State, so I took. But 60% of you have said I'm taking the field. Yeah. That's the kind of poll questions we have here on Miller and Moulton, Mark. Tomorrow we're going to come back. Either the computer's going to be working or Mark's going to quit.